And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Ives-LaMelle Family Field for the 2023 homecoming football game. A lot of anticipation around this one. There's been festivities all week long on the campus of Brevard College. Homecoming is in the air. A beautiful Saturday afternoon here at Brevard College. Ideal weather conditions for these student athletes, 75 degrees and sunny. And we're about 30 minutes away from kickoff. Tornadoes and the Scots. Tornadoes 0-3 on the season. Scots 3-0. Tornadoes have a impressive history against the Scots, and in many ways this is a very, very even matchup heading into this one despite those non-conference records. Tornadoes playing a tough level of competition during those first three games and have worked really hard this week to try to get back on their winning track beginning today in the USA South Conference play. Well, very happy to be joined by Brady Penn, who's going to be bringing you the action throughout the day on the play-by-play side. Myself, Phil DeMontmallon, I'll be alongside providing some statistics and analysis and also hosting the show. But glad you're able to join us. Glad to have Brady with us. Brady, I'm going to hand it off to you. You've got all sorts of information to help us preview. Can't wait to call this one with you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Phil. As he said, a big-time matchup for the Brevard College Tornadoes today. A tale of two different starts between the two teams, the Maryville Scots and the Brevard College Tornadoes. As Phil said, Maryville sitting at 3-0 in the USA South as we enter conference play, and Brevard sitting at 0-3, a couple of close losses for Brevard, three tough losses for the NATOs. Game by game, Brevard lost in overtime here at Ives-LaMelle Family Field, 29-23 against Warner in week one. Traveled to Virginia, dropped the ball game 31-17 at Hampton-Sydney, and then last week here, the night game, the blackout game, Tornadoes falling 17-14 against the Avert Cougars, who the Tornadoes usually play really well against. The out-of-conference slate for Maryville proved to be a fruitful one, a 28-8 victory at Suwanee to start things off. Then came home, beat Center 34-23, and last week at Shenandoah in Virginia, winning 27-20. And two of the top offenses in the USA South taking each other on today. The NATOs riding a four-game winning streak against the Scots, a combined score of 91-34 in favor of the Tornadoes over those past four matchups, which includes a shutout win, 31-0 back 2 years ago, 2021, here at Ives-LaMelle Family Field. Their last matchup was at Maryville last season in late October, October 29, 2022, a 24-21 Tornado win at Maryville. And we've got some players that we'll take a look at in this game, including Grequencio Koger, the reigning Defensive Player of the Week in the USA South Conference, and guys like Bryson Rollins and Ethan Beamish, the two signal callers for both sides. More of that once we get a little bit closer to game time. Game time just about 25 minutes out, and we will be kicking things off here at Ives-LaMelle Family Field. A beautiful day, homecoming here at Brevard College, and the NATOs looking for their first victory of the 2023 season. Scots and Tornadoes coming your way here in just a few minutes at Ives-LaMelle Family Field.
It's important to study English because language has power. And being able to understand the history of language and how it's been used over time and in our current era helps us be able to take control of that power and use it now and in the future.
I've learned to express myself with the written word more clearly. I've been given the tools with different structural techniques and all the good stuff that have made me a stronger writer, a stronger communicator.
You're going to learn not just the content of your major, whether it's English or history or whatever. You're going to learn how to learn. You're going to learn how to apply that learning and adapt as conditions change.
Writing is inherently experiential because students have to take so many important skills like critical thinking, communication, analysis, and translate those thoughts into a piece of oral or written communication, and then learn by doing how to be more effective communicators.
The English program at Brevard College prepares you for success in whatever field you choose to major in, whether it's theater, whether it's in the sciences or math, whether it's in business. The ability to communicate is important in no matter where you go, and one of the skills we teach is how to communicate clearly with your audience, whoever that may be.
The community here at Brevard, whether it be faculty, students, staff, are all people who learn and grow together. We learn from each other. There's no place where I don't feel welcome on campus, and that's the best part of that liberal arts education, is you're stepping into different learning styles and different content than you do at any old college where you don't get to grow the brain. It's a culture that encourages self-expression. You're allowed to be you here.
History
Back from Ives Lamel Family Field, Scots and Tornadoes just a few minutes from getting underway, and we have the starters for both teams. We will take a look at the starting lineup, starting with the Tornado offense. At quarterback, calling the shots, it'll be Ethan Beamish, the sophomore. At running back, Chancellor Lee Parker, with DJ Taylor in there as well. At receiver, Zach Orr and Cooper Hogan. We'll see some Adam Douglas and Kyle Lovett as well. At tight end, Andrew Bishop. And at HB, it'll be Reagan Ramey. At right tackle, Brody Lindsay. Right guard, Todd Norman. Center, Josh Blackstock. Left guard, Bernard Wirtz, the freshman. And at left tackle, Roderick Rucker. So a bit of a shakeup for the Tornado O-line here today. Next for the Tornado defense, it'll be Wyatt Langford on the D-line, the senior, as well as Obadiah Grimes and Trey Williams at D-end. At outside linebacker, it'll be Ben Ellis with Lyndon Galt behind him, and then Grequencio Koger, the reigning USA South Player of the Week on defense, Nick Clark right behind him. At inside backer, Toby Naylor and Eli Everhart will get the starting nod. On the outside at corner, Cam Moore and Jock Pledger. And the two safeties, Champ James and Contrell Bowman. Now for Maryville. On the offensive side of things, Tanner Dyer at left tackle, Jaden Curtis right next to him at left guard, the center, Trent Colburn, the right guard, Jamari Stewart, and the right tackle, Owen Sachs, hoping not to give up any sacks. At tight end, Danner Hill. Wide receivers, Nick Daigle, who's near the top of the conference, out there with Corey Russell and Tristan Wright. At quarterback, the reigning USA South Offensive Rookie of the Year, Bryson Rollins. And in the backfield with him, it'll be Tad Logan Jr. with Braden Dunson also seeing some action. And to finish things off, we have the Maryville defense, Jonathan Harris and Jordan Lacey, the defensive ends, with Taylor Thomas and Ryan Moog on the interior. At linebacker, Devon White, Tyler Bost, and Jacob Bervin. At corners, Jamari Belton, Kyle Cottingham, and then the two safeties, Justin King and Cameron Spivey. There are the starters for both sides. Just a couple of minutes away from kickoff, just over 10 minutes away from the 5 o'clock kickoff here at Ives Lamel Family Field. Should be a good one. The 3-0 Maryville Scots against the 0-3 Brevard College Tornadoes, but don't let the records fool you. This is a dangerous Tornado team and a team that's riding a 4-game winning streak against the Maryville Scots that they look to extend to 5 today. For Maryville, they look to break that streak and start one of their own. Homecoming here on the campus of Brevard College. It's buzzing, an electric atmosphere here at Ives Lamel Family Field, and we will be back in just a few moments for the start of this USA South Conference matchup. Back here just moments away from kickoff at Ives Lamel Family Field. It'll be the Tornadoes and the Maryville Scots in the first conference matchup of the year for both teams. Again, a tale of two starts for the two squads. The Scots off to a 3-0 start. The Tornadoes off to an 0-3 start, looking to right the ship today and continue a 4-game win streak against the Scots here at Ives Lamel Family Field. Last time that Maryville played us here, Brevard got a 31-0 shutout victory. Looking for more of the same here today against a much improved, granted, Maryville team from back in that season of 2021. It was a tighter matchup last year at Maryville with the Tornadoes coming out on top 24-21. And now just waiting for the Tornadoes to take the tunnel, and here it comes. Here they come, it looks like, under the big Tornado helmet. Just about ready. We've got the captains down there on the field, Beamish, Koger, and Akis. And now the Tornadoes just about ready to run out here. Maryville, you see, taking the field. You see Wyatt Langford of the big Tornado flag. And rallying the troops with head coach Bill Kyatt looking on here in front of the tunnel. About 4 minutes away from kickoff. You see Trey Williams up at the front of the huddle by the Tornado helmet, trying to get him fired up. The Tornadoes, this team with their backs against the wall as much as you can early on in the season at 0-3 starting conference play. And they've had some good things to build on, but still looking for their first victory here this evening at Ives Lamel. And here they come. The Nados coming out of the tunnel. Trey Williams, Champ James, and the Brevard College Tornadoes take the field here at Ives Lamel Family Field. A big crowd, big homecoming weekend for the Tornadoes. You see the Scots taking the field on the far side as well. Beautiful weather here for this one. And stand by, folks. In just a moment, we will bring you the invocation and the national anthem, and then it'll be time for Toe to Meet Leather here at Ives Lamel Family Field. Back here on the air in just a moment, Tornadoes and Scots. And once again, hold tight, and we will have the invocation and the national anthem.
Which will be followed by our national anthem. Please join us for this evening's invocation provided by Brevard College campus minister and alumnus of Brevard College, Sherrod Kreisman.
Let us pray. We bask in the beauty of this day, grateful for the blessing to be here. We pray your blessings upon all of us, but especially our student athletes, our coaches, trainers, refs, and everyone involved in this moment. Bless them and us to be at our greatest and our best, to celebrate our athleticism and to leave it all on the field this day. And we give thanks for safety and safekeeping. Amen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please remain standing and remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem, performed this evening by Brevard College student athlete and drumline member, Senior Grace Vaughn.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Grace Hall. Tornadoes and Scots coming up next.
Do we get that? They need waters in there. Back here at Ives Lamel Family Field, we had the invocation, the national anthem. Now all that's left to do is to kick the ball off. And it looks like it'll be the Scots to kick it off here to the Tornadoes. As you see the kick return team taking the field. In just a few moments, I will be joined by Phil DeMontmollin for the rest of this one. And for the Scots, they will kick off. Kyle Lovett and DJ Taylor back deep. It'll be Trey Hampton, the senior kicker for Maryville, to start things off. And here we go. Kick, deep left. Taylor underneath it, he's got it. Taylor at the 10, 15, good block there. Gets drilled just past the 20. DJ Taylor hit hard. And that is where the Tornadoes will set up shop on offense. Ethan Beamish and company heading out onto the field. And for Beamish, second in the USA South in passing yards with 765 through 3 games, 3 touchdowns, a bit of an interception problem for both these quarterbacks. 5 interceptions on the year for Beamish, 6 for Maryville's Rollins. We'll have more about Rollins when we see the Maryville offense. But to start it off, it'll be Beamish coming up under center. Adam Douglas out wide to the right or in the slot. Tight end Ramey comes across, motions back now. Beamish, first play, play action, looking deep down the right side. Orr's open, and it's just out of the reach of Zach Orr. A big shot to start things off for Bill Kyatt and company, and just through the hands of Zach Orr, who's the second leading receiver, reception and yard-wise in the USA South, a guy that we will be seeing a lot of today, a guy that we see get targeted quite frequently by Beamish, the transfer quarterback from Limestone. And there you see on the opening play, Coach Kyatt not pulling any punches, starting things off with a big shot and just missing. Parker in the backfield to the left. Beamish will hand to him. Parker out to the right. He's knocked down quickly. Gain of 2, and he'll set up 3rd and 8 for the NATO offense. An early challenge on this opening drive. And, you know, Beamish wants that throw back, just missing by a hair on Orr, who had the DB beat across the field. And now a 3rd and 8 from the 25. Jordan Rowell in, number 2 receiver to the right. Adam Douglas out wide. And now Rowell will come in motion to the left. Snap. Beamish looking, stepping up, under pressure, throws to his right. Douglas has got it. And we will see if he gets the first or not. It might be a little bit short. They'll spot him at about the 31. A yard or 2 short here. And the Tornadoes will send the punt team on. So a 3 and out to start things off for the Tornado offense. Not the start that you want to get off to, but got to hold your hat on the fact that you almost had 6 points on the first play of this game. And if you can clean that up and hit that throw, it's 7-0 Tornadoes. The Tornadoes, a quick shift here on the punt team, as they like to do so frequently. Nick Akis ready to boot this one away. He rolls out to his right. It's a low punt. It's going to take a bounce at the 40 and keep rolling inside the 30, inside the 25, and right at the 25. It'll be down by Carter Rollerson, and that is where Bryson Rollins and the Maryville offense will start their day off just about 2 minutes into this one. Rollins, the reigning USA South Offensive Rookie of the Year, leads the USA South in touchdowns. He's got 7 of them through the air through 3 games, just under 750 yards, right behind Beamish. 6 interceptions of his own through 3 games. And we'll see how he fares against this Tornado defense that is 3rd in the conference in points per game allowed. Rollins in the gun, the running back to his right. Rollins takes a snap, quick throw out to the flat. Pledger will have the tackle behind the sticks. A TFL to start the day off for the Tornado defense. Jock Pledger, the graduate.
Tornado tackle by number 22, Jock Pledger.
In the secondary, you see Terrion Burgess, Kentrell Holloway. You see Kentrell Bowman into that cat position. NATO's in their nickel package to start things off. Champ James also in at safety with Cam Moore and Pledger on the outsides. Rollins, 2nd and 12. Dropping back to pass, throwing over the middle. Holloway will have the tackle there. That one was brought in by number 5, Corey Russell, the senior. And now it'll set up another 3rd down for Maryville. Tornadoes went 3 and out. Maryville in danger of going 3 and out here. 3rd down and 6 to go from about the 29-yard line for the Maryville Scots. The Scots, 12 touchdown drives this season, 2 field goal drives. Rollins, empty. Dropping back, looking, he's going to step up, throw over the middle. It's caught for a 1st down. That's number 84, Brock Skelton. The wide receiver will get a big 1st down for Maryville on their first drive, and Tornadoes do not capitalize on their first opportunity to get off the field this afternoon. And the Maryville drive will continue just shy of midfield. 11:45 to go. Scoreless here at Ives Lamel Family Field. Lining up wide to the left, Jackson Noble. Noble, a sophomore. Rollins brings his receiver to the right, in condensed. High snap, he handles it, hands it off. Run to the right is tackled quickly by the Tornadoes, maybe a gain of 2. Second and 9. Tornadoes trying to get a stop on this opening series for Maryville after going 3 and out on offense to start it off. Rollins in the gun. 2 to the left, now motions the back out wide to the left, empty. Rollins dropping back once again. He's going to step up. He's going to throw over the middle. It's dropped. He had Skelton once again over the middle. Maybe that exact same play they converted the 3rd down on, but Skelton cannot come up with it. And it'll be a 3rd down. Another chance for the Tornado defense to get off the field early with just under 11 minutes to go here in quarter number 1. A USA South Conference matchup between the Scots and the Tornadoes. Pledger at corner out to the right. Moore out wide to the left. Tornadoes in their nickel look still. It's an empty backfield for Rollins, who drops back, scans over the middle. He's got a crosser. It's dropped. That one is dropped by the Maryville receiver, Steph Carter Jr. there on the drop, and the Tornadoes get off the field, and Jock Pledger will drop back to return the punt. This looks like Bryce Collins, the junior punter, coming in for Maryville to boot this one away. Pledger with his heels on the 10. Low snap, it's on the ground. He picks it up. It will get the punt off. It is going to bounce inside the 25. There's a flag. It might be for running into the kicker here. James Woods was the one that got in there rushing. That one will get down inside the 10, and we'll see what happens with this. The snap hit the ground. The punter was trying to recover it, and he may have got hit. And it is running into the kicker on James Woods. It will still be 4th down, which honestly might be ideal for the Tornadoes based on where that punt was downed. Woods trying to make a play there, getting hit with a penalty, but it will still be 4th down. And did they accept the penalty? And now some discussion between the referees. Penalty is declined after the punt is down, and the Tornadoes will start at about the 8-yard line here on drive number 2. So the Tornadoes still get away with the stop, just running into the kicker penalty on Woods. And we'll see what Beamish and the Tornadoes come with here. 10.5 to go here in quarter number 1. Still a scoreless homecoming matchup here between the Brevard Tornadoes and the Maryville Scots. Beamish with Taylor to his right, Rowell to his left. He'll motion Rowell up, and now Taylor comes around to the left. Beamish, quick drop, throwing outside to Orr. He's got the catch to about the 15. It'll set up a 2nd and short as Alex Bolton comes out in favor of Jack Spots. Jordan Rowell will come out as well. Adam Douglas now in there. And it'll be enough for the 1st down. Orr is able to get it. Beamish, Taylor to his left once again. Cooper Hogan coming across right to left in motion. Beamish throws it over to Hogan. Good blocks for Hogan. He's hit hard. There's a flag coming in, and Hogan will be wrestled down just in front of the 20 of the Tornadoes, and we'll see what the flag is here. Could be a hold on that screenplay. Waiting on the official word here as the Whitecap continues to discuss. And it will be against Zach Orr on the block there on the outside. Got a little bit too much of the defender. And they'll replay 1st down. Tornadoes right back to where they started now. Beamish under center. Play action. Beamish looking to his left and looking for Hogan. Hogan wants a flag. He will not get it. And much to the ire of the Tornado crowd, it'll be 2nd down and long to go for the Tornadoes. You see Bishop coming off the field, the big tight end. The 2nd and long to go here. It'll be Orr and Rowell out to the right. It's like Douglas out wide to the left. Beamish, hands off. Taylor, he'll be brought down immediately. And it'll set up a 3rd and very long here, and we'll see how aggressive or conservative Coach Kyatt and the offensive staff want to be here as Bolton and Spots both come back in. Reagan Ramey and Jordan Rowell will head out. As we know, the Tornado offense likes to switch personnel around a lot. We've seen that early on here. But facing a 3rd and 19 now. Beamish in a pistol look here. Taylor in the backfield. Beamish takes the snap. Little shovel pass to Orr. We've got it contained very well. Orr not going anywhere. Brought down on the play by number 11, Tyler Barrett, the junior linebacker out of Marietta, Georgia. And another drive where the Tornadoes will have to punt here early on. Got a big 1st down to start the drive. Immediately negated that with a holding penalty the next play, which set the whole drive up for failure there. And now the Tornadoes, for the 2nd time, will punt here with Nate Akis standing near the back of the end zone here. Got to make sure you get a good snap here from Jamie Tinsley. He does. Akis rolls out, hesitates a little bit. Another low punt. This one is going to bounce and roll inside the 45, and it'll be downed by Rollerson once again, this time at the 46-yard line of Brevard. So the Tornado defense will have their work cut out for them here as Maryville starting their second drive in plus territory. Looks like they might spot it on the 45. And as I said, momentarily I'll be joined by Phil DeMontmollin here on the broadcast. He had a PA snafu as the first play by Maryville will be swarmed at the line of scrimmage. I believe that's Robert Dorsey getting in there, a guy that we've seen already make some big plays. The transfer, Dorsey, getting in there.
Yeah, both offenses struggling so far. Brady.
Yeah, not much going in the running game for sure between these two. 2nd and 11, Rollins in the gun. Will drop back. Quick throw out to the right. It is caught, and that will be good enough, I believe, for a Maryville first down. That's Braden Dunson, the running back there. And it'll be enough to move the chains for Maryville. We've seen a couple early Maryville first downs. Their drive puttered out the last time. Off to a good start here on drive number 2, about halfway through the first quarter.
Well, in field position, an early story here as well. Maryville starting this drive in Brevard territory.
Absolutely. Not what you want to see, getting behind the sticks on that last drive and then having to punt out of your own end zone. As Rollins under pressure throws, it is caught on the crosser route, and he will be knocked out of bounds inside the 10. A big gain there for Maryville.
Yeah, biggest play of the game by far
An
for either
explosive
side.
play there. And that's Steph Carter. Champ James on the tackle there. And Maryville knocking on the door here, trying to get the first score of this one. Again, cannot overstate how important of a matchup this is for the Tornadoes. Sitting at 0-3. Looking to get off to a hot start, which they have not been able to consistently do so far. Rollins hands it off, looking for a hole, and I believe being stopped short. There's Maryville. A flag comes in late from behind, and we'll see who this is going against. I believe it's against Maryville. Could be a hold here on the run. And no, it'll be a personal foul. Personal foul. Didn't catch who that was against, but it will move Maryville back, and a break there for the Tornadoes after giving up the long catch and run.
Yeah, it'll remain second and goal. But
And no, they'll replay first. You see the down marker moving
yeah,
late.
back to first and goal.
First and goal now from about the 17 of Brevard. Rollins takes a snap, play action, looking over the middle. It is incomplete. James, honestly, the nearest one to that ball, Champ James. It'll fly out of the back of the end zone harmlessly, and the Tornado's going to try and do what they do best, bend but not break. That has always been the mantra of this Tornado defense in the Kayat eras, bend but don't break and force turnovers.
Yeah, Rollins was looking for big tight end, number 86, Danner Hill. A nice job by the Tornado secondary to contain that attempt.
A big emphasis early on this season was covering the middle of the field. You see Koger now lined up in the slot, guarding up on number 1, Steph Carter. Rollins in empty, dropping back, looking, throws over the middle. It's intercepted. Toby Naylor with the interception, and it's going the other way. He read that one out, was able to hold on to it to the ground. Toby Naylor, the graduate linebacker, the 5-year starter, comes up with a huge early play for the Tornado defense and is going to dance with his teammates on the sideline. And a huge energy boost for the Tornadoes there.
Yeah, it came in such an opportune time. You know, that we talked about field position. This drive started at the 46 for Maryville. They had that big 29-yard pass and catch, and then the big turnover after the personal foul penalty. The penalty was big as well.
Absolutely. So penalties killing both teams' drives early on here on drive number 2 for both squads. Beamish brings Ora Cross in motion right to left, condensed to the left now. Beamish looks to his right quickly and will overthrow Cooper Hogan there on the outside. Not sure if that was for Hogan or Spots. It kind of came weird out of the hand of Beamish. And you just felt that surge of energy when Toby Naylor intercepted that ball to hold them to 0 when you thought you were at least going to have to give up 3 is a big, big W for this Tornado defense early on against a high-powered Maryville offense.
Graduate student from England. He's been doing it throughout his career here with the Tornadoes and still getting it done here in his grad year.
A decorated career for Naylor, and he adds on to it there with his first interception of this season as Chancellor Lee Parker gets the carry. He'll try and bounce out to the left. Nowhere to go. And it looks like that might have been number 14 for Maryville, Devon White, in there. And White, for him, we had a note. White 5th in the USA South in tackles for a loss. As a matter of fact, him and his teammate Jonathan Harris have combined for 7 TFLs, 4th and 5th respectively in the USA South in tackles for loss.
Yeah, number 14, White, number 1, Harris. Keep an eye on those two throughout the game on this Maryville defense.
Another 3rd and long for the Tornadoes offense. They keep getting behind the chains. Beamish under center. He'll toss it out left to Parker. Parker trying to get ahead of steam. He'll be brought down well short of the first down, and we will get our 3rd Tornado punt in 3 drives. So not much going for either side offensively. Maryville has picked up a few big plays, a few first downs, but still zeros on the scoreboard for both sides.
Yeah, so once again, another punt here for Nicholas Akis.
The volume for Akis today, not quite what Coach Kyatt wants to see, but his 3rd time. We'll see a shift here.
39-yard average, his first 2 punts. See what he can do here.
Snap to Akis. Rolls to the right. Hesitates once again. A low kick is caught. This time Maryville, one of the front line men, and he is going to take it in for a score. Jacob Burvin, the D lineman with 2.5 sacks on the year, this time with a punt return touchdown. A low punt, might have got tipped by Maryville there, went straight into the arms of Burvin. Maryville on to what Brevard is trying to do with those low punts, letting them bounce, did not let it get back there, and takes it all the way to give Maryville an early lead.
So turnover for the Tornadoes, a takeaway for the Tornadoes, turnover for the Maryville offense, and then, a mistake there on the special teams results in the Maryville touchdown.
Akis might have taken a second too long on that rollout. Didn't get the arc on the punt he wanted. Although they don't want a high arcing punt, you don't want it that low to where it goes right to a guy. Extra point will be whistled off. Let's see what we've got here. And a very unique play, not a play you'll see very often. And they'll have to back up 5 yards and re-kick here. Number 39, Trey Hampton. The holder, Corey Russell, number 5. And now Hampton getting ready once again. A little bit longer this time. And Hampton's kick is blocked. It's blocked. It's picked up. No, still on the ground. And it will stay on the ground. It'll be no good. A big play for the Tornadoes. Able to get in there and block that one after the penalty backed it up 5 yards. And if nothing else, a positive takeaway there for the Tornadoes on a play that gave Maryville the lead, able to block the kick, and that could loom large later on in this game.
Yeah, couldn't quite tell who got a hand on it, but judging from the congratulations as the defense on the special teams play coming off the field, Wyatt Langford getting a lot of kudos. So that's the feeling as far as who got the block.
Wyatt Langford, the starting defensive end, getting in there and blocking that kick. And the Tornadoes are coming up with some big plays, mostly on the defensive side, but just got to start getting some yards on these early downs and not getting yourself behind the chains.
On special teams already looming large, whether it be field position, a punt return for a touchdown for Maryville, and now a blocked extra point. You never know how that might play into things come the fourth quarter.
Absolutely. Hampton, who was just blocked, kicks it away. This time, Lovett will take it in. He's got it. Lovett at the 10, rolling to his left. He is going to be brought down and swarmed well short of the 20. And like you said, the field position game, Phil, Tornadoes not doing a good job winning it so far in this first quarter.
Yeah, it's been tough sledding as far as where these drives have started. From the Tornadoes standpoint, their own 23, their own 7 after a punt from Maryville, their own 11 after the interception, and now at their own 16. So it's been tough.
Maryville looking a lot more physical than years past so far early on. A condensed set here for the Tornado offense. Handoff to Lee Parker. He's going to try and get a few yards. In comes Spots and Rowell, as well as Kyle Lovett.
Fourth rush of the day for Chancellor Lee Parker.
Not a whole lot opening up for Chance so far.
Well, a reconfigured, revamped offensive line, Brady, and we'll continue to keep an eye on them, this unit that the coaching staff has gone with this week versus Maryville.
Absolutely. Orr in close to the right. Condensed bunch to the left. Beamish looking quick to the right. He's got Orr. Orr with the catch just shy of the 30. And I believe that'll be enough for a Tornado first down. And Zach Orr with some words for the Maryville defenders. Again, Orr, 18 catches and 194 yards coming into today. Both good for second in the USA South. Beamish his primary target. And a first down. Second first down of the ball game for the Tornadoes. Beamish with Parker to his right. Lee Parker, play action, quick throw out to Orr, is knocked up in the air and will hit the ground. That was number 42, Jordan Lacey, the senior, getting a hand on that. Looking for Orr there again, and Maryville's keyed in on it. Nice play there from Lacey. 3:17 to go here in the opening quarter. 6-0 Maryville, scoring on that unorthodox punt return touchdown and then being blocked on the point after attempt. Nados trying to send a blow back. 2nd and 10 from their own 29. Beamish, hands off, Parker, reverse, Hogan, down the field, or is going to be interfered with. Down the field. That was number 8 in coverage for Maryville, Jake Brock, and he just gets caught up on Orr. Hogan did not throw a good ball, but he threw it so short of Orr that it caused the DB to run straight into Orr and hold on. And as a result, the Tornadoes will get another first down here on the pass interference.
We've seen the Tornadoes, Nathan Beamish, go deep over the top twice now, the very first play from scrimmage, and now this.
It's clear they want to find a way to get the ball in Orr's hands down the field, use his speed. And the Tornadoes, the most movement they've had in any of their drives so far, albeit with a penalty. You take it how you can get it against a defense like this. Maryville is only allowing 17 points a game. That's good for second in the conference behind Belhaven. Condensed once again here on first down from their own 44. Beamish will fake the handoff to Taylor. Beamish under pressure, rolling out to his left, throwing in. Cooper Hogan can't hold on. Hogan had it at about the 40 and had room to run with a linebacker on him. Number 54, Tyler Bost, but Hogan not able to come up with that one. And a couple of pass plays that have just missed for the Tornadoes in this first quarter.
Gotta love the creativity from Beamish. I mean, he was under some serious heat from the pass rush of Maryville. He seemed like he was looking deep at one point, pulled that back, and then was looking for, his receiver in the flat there, but unfortunately not able to connect with the drop.
And now a flag coming here on the Tornadoes. Looked like some confusion. And Beamish brings an element that we haven't seen from a Brevard quarterback these last few years, and that is the elusiveness. We had Dalton Cole, Miles Hayes, Eli Carr, all bigger guys, bigger pocket passers with big arms. Beamish has the big arm, but he also presents the ability to scramble and improvise.
Yeah, he really is a dynamic player. His first season here with the Brevard College Tornadoes. If you haven't gotten to know Ethan Beamish, he was a transfer from Limestone.
Started as a freshman at Limestone.
Yeah, had some starts, had some significant playing time at Division II institution, Limestone. Comes out of Simpsonville, South Carolina, not all that far from us here in the upstate of South Carolina, AC Flora High School.
Second in the USA South in passing yards entering today with 765, just ahead of Rollins, who enters today with 747.
So it looks like they're marching the Tornadoes back after a penalty there.
Illegal sub. Looked like maybe Damalos that came in late. Wasn't quite sure if he was supposed to be in or not. So it'll make it 2nd and 15 from their own 39. And the Tornadoes so far can't get out of their way with these penalties on offensive possessions. Something the Natos have struggled with is penalties at times over the last few years. Damalos in motion out of the left. Beamish looking left, throwing, and is that caught? No. Nearly coming down with that one was Lovett with the ball pinned against his helmet. Not able to come down with it, and it'll be 3rd and long for the Tornadoes, and a drive that had a promising start needs a big 3rd down conversion to continue.
Justin King, the free safety, number 21. Some serious coverage on that play defensively for Maryville.
Able to jar that one out as Lovett was trying to pin it against his helmet. A la David Tyree. And now 3rd and 15 from the 39-yard line of Brevard. Beamish with Lee Parker to his left. Takes the snap. Rush coming at him. Beamish under duress. He will throw this one away. And another Tornado drive will stall out. I got to assume this will be Akis' 4th punt. And yes, here comes the punt unit. Got to get a better kick than you did last time. As you saw Bervin just catch that one short. The linebacker catching it and taking it all the way for a touchdown. And that is why we sit at 6-0 here early on. And so far, this Maryville defense just stingy.
Well, small victory is you did move the ball and flip the field position here.
Set up a better ideal punt spot.
For sure.
Akis takes this snap, quickly gets this one off, and that one is going to take a Tornado bounce inside the 20, inside the 15, rolling towards the 10, and inside the 10. So this time the Tornado punt team doing their job, and Maryville will have a long way to go to extend their lead here with 2:38 to go in the first, leading 6-0. Rollins and the Scots will come out for possession number 3. Punted on their first possession, threw an interception on the second, and now here's the third. Rollins, hands off, run inside, is going to be shut down quickly by the Tornadoes. Looks like it might have been Jordan Ramey getting in there. Second and 9, only a gain of a yard on that run. Woods and Contrell Bowman, the safeties here to start this drive off. Natos in base with Pledger and Moore out at cornerback. Rollins rolling out to his right. Quick throw, and the tackle will be made just short of the chains there. I believe that was James Woods on the tackle. Moore not quite able to make the tackle. Woods right there, and it'll set up a 3rd and short. I believe that was Tristan Wright on that catch on the far side. And now 3rd and 3. Natos could get a quick stop here. We'll have Koger coming off the edge on the right side, the reigning defensive player of the week in the conference. Rollins takes a snap, looking quick out to the left, rolls to his right now, throwing it up. It is thrown towards the Maryville sideline and incomplete. We'll see what Maryville wants to do here. It looks like they'll send the punt unit out, and they will, backed up deep in their own territory on their own 15. And the Natos defense coming to play today. Offense needs to catch up a little bit, but the Tornado defense starting things off as well as you could hope.
Well, we've been keeping an eye on this field position all game long, Brady, and, as Maryville sets up for their punt. It's worth noting officially that punt by Akis, 54 yards. That pinned Maryville back, and field positions changed significantly.
Another snap in the dirt. Not a good punt. NATOs will get this inside midfield, and there's a flag that I believe will go against Maryville as they were preparing to return it, and the Tornadoes could be set up really nicely here on their 5th possession. 1:16 to go in the first. And some discussion here now about the penalty. And we'll see what it is. And the referee microphone malfunction. And it'll be holding against Brevard. So instead of good field position, this will back the Tornadoes up. And it seems like so far for the Tornadoes, aside from the defensive side of the ball, it's 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards. Not able to get out of their own way so far, and not the most disciplined start for the NATOs.
4th penalty of the quarter for the Tornadoes. Still decent field position as Beamish and company get things started here at their own 40.
Tight bunch to the right. Looks like maybe Rowell, Bolton, and Hogan. Beamish takes a snap. Rolling out to his right, under duress. He is going to be tripped up and sacked. Sacked by number 18, Ryan Moog, the senior D tackle. And the Tornadoes, once again, will be behind the chains. And the story of this first quarter, Maryville defense holding the Tornado offense to very, very limited success. As Seth Marshall coming in, as well as Joseph Sellier. 42 seconds and counting, clock rolling here in the first. Tornadoes backed up 2nd and 19 now on the 32. Started the drive near the 50 now. Sellier in motion across to the right. Beamish dropping back, looking right. He's got DJ Taylor. Taylor flipped up, but he will make it a 3rd and manageable there after that grab. And Coach Kayat will probably let this one run out to the 2nd quarter. Jaden Smith there on the big tackle on DJ Taylor. Taylor, not the biggest guy, but cannot say he doesn't have the biggest heart out there. And the Tornadoes are going to let this one roll on to the 2nd quarter as presumed. Right behind midfield at the 48 now after that pass and catch to DJ Taylor. And if they can get a first down, they will be in plus territory for the first time in this one. 6-0 Maryville. We'll be back here in just a moment from Ives Lamel.
Every cheer, for every play, we know there's a little prayer that no one gets hurt. That's why we are there too. Party athletic trainers, physicians, and specialists. We're watching closely for any sign that someone needs care. And if your child is hurt, they're seen.
Back here at Ives Lamel Family Field, 2nd quarter of action. Taking a look at some of the numbers here early on.
Yeah, it's been interesting, Brady. You know, a game of field position, the only touchdown coming on a special teams play, kind of a fluky punt return for the Scots. Each team with 3 first downs. Neither team getting anything going in the running game. Both teams with just 1 rushing yard. Now, the sack against Brevard is part of that equation. 70 receiving yards for the Scots, just 44 for Brevard. And total yards, not much happening for either team either. 71 total yards for Maryville, 45 for Brevard. But, you know, the key play was that punt return for the touchdown for the Scots.
3rd and 2. Beamish is going to miss Lee Parker. Lee Parker had the flat route, and we'll see right near the 50. Does Coach Kyle want to go for this? He does not. It'll be Akis and the punt team for the 5th time already here in the first half.
That's a big number of punts from your punter, and we're just 4 seconds into the 2nd quarter. Now that last one did go for 54, so we see what Nick has to do on this one.
Even further up on this one than he was on that last one, that 54-yarder. See if he can get him inside the 10 once again here. A shift as we see every punt from the Tornadoes. Snap. Akis has got it. Rush coming in. He gets it off. Another good punt. This one is going to bounce, be taken in. Rollerson is not going to be able to make the tackle. Cutting back now and finally being brought out of bounds there. And now a flag for a late hit on the Tornadoes out of bounds. That was Corey Russell returning, and he will be brought down out of bounds late, and that will move up Maryville to start their fourth possession. This has been an unusual game to start things off in just about all aspects. The only score we've got is a middle linebacker returning a punt for a touchdown. Not something you hear on a broadcast very often. 6-0 Scots. Tornadoes had their best drive to this point. That just stalled out at 4th and 2, just behind midfield. And it'll be a late hit. And it'll be offsetting, actually, a personal foul against Maryville. Personal foul against number 64, Jaden Curtis, at the end of that one. I didn't catch who that flag was against for Brevard. So the ball will be on the Maryville 12-yard line. First down for Maryville. Rollins hands off to the left, and the biggest run of the day for Maryville. He will be brought out of bounds. That is number 9, Chris Cooper, the sophomore running back. Eli Everhart bringing him out of bounds, and it'll bring up second down for Maryville early on here in the second quarter. 6-0 lead for Maryville.
Well, a big part of the game plan was limiting Maryville's rushing attack. They're the type of team that pounds it quite a bit and opens up that passing game, and so far the Tornado defense has done exactly that.
Maryville second in the conference in rushing yards per game, just under 190, 186.7 per game, and now a Maryville timeout coming. Maryville, as I said, second in rush yards per game. Also, their defense first in rushing yards allowed per game. Maryville defense only allowing 31 yards a game on the ground. And as we have seen, those holes are hard to come by against the Maryville defense, and part of the reason the Tornadoes can't get anything going so far on offense.
Yeah, this limited rushing attack for both sides is definitely an early story in this one. You know, we've seen 3 different Maryville rushers, and they've only gained a total of 5 yards, and not much happening on the Tornado side either. So we'll see, if either team starts to get the running game going, or do they just abandon it altogether and start throwing the ball more?
Wouldn't be surprised to see Brevard go with a more pass-heavy attack, especially with the revamped O-line that we talked about.
Yeah, do want to get into that a little further. We'll wait till the Tornadoes get back on offense for that.
Natos moved Todd Norman, who had been the center, to guard. But, yes, we'll talk more about all of the reconstruction when we see them back. Running back Cooper shifts out wide to the right. Rollins stepping up. He's going to try and run, and he will evade Wyatt Langford and be brought down past the 30 for a Maryville first down.
Biggest rush of the day for the Scots.
Absolutely. First time we've seen Rollins try and take off. A guy that definitely has the ability. And a big thing for the Tornadoes that's been preached all week on defense is to keep their contain and do not let any running lanes open up for number 10 on Maryville, because he can go a long way. James and Burgess, the safeties. Efferhart and Bailey Ramey, the linebackers. Pledger and Woods on the outside. A first down for Maryville. Play clock down to 5. With 13.5 to go here in the second quarter. A sprint out to the right. Rollins going to air it out. It will be brought down. Catch there. Nice catch and throw. That is number 5, Corey Russell, on the reception. Rollins put it right where it needed to be. And Russell able to get the feet down. And now the Tornadoes defense is going to need to do what we talked about earlier. Bend but don't break. Maryville just behind midfield at the 48-yard line.
Yeah, 14-yard rush, now 15-yard pass, and just like that, Maryville's got something cooking.
Maryville this time running to the right, and missing the tackle there is Koger, missing James, and now finally brought down by a group of Tornadoes. Nick Schultes, Lyndon Galt, and Devon Robinson. And it'll be another first down, 3 straight first downs for Maryville, and their offense seems to have found something. And it'll be up to Martin Bayless and the Tornado defensive staff to counter that here as Maryville continues to move down the field up a score. Rollins hands it off once again. Moving out of the left, Cooper. He stiff arms, and he will be brought down by Ellis and James there. But we'll get about 5 or 6. Second down for Maryville. Second down and 4. 12 minutes to go. Maryville leading at 6-0. Rollins in the gun. Cooper to his left, the back on this drive. Play action. Rollins looking out to Cooper in the flat. There's a flag. It will be against Maryville, I believe. Being wrapped up and brought down short of the sticks there is Cooper. Ben Ellis, the main Tornado there, and I think this one will be coming back. Wait on confirmation here from the Whitecap, and it will be a hold. It'll be number 73, Trent Colburn, the center on that one.
4th penalty of the evening for the Scots, and that'll push back Maryville, make things that much tougher here on second down.
Second and long here for the Scots, and wouldn't be surprised to see one of these next 2 plays be one of those shot plays. We haven't really seen one yet from Maryville. And be sure to watch out for condensed formations. That's really when Maryville likes to take their shots. We don't have one here on 2nd and 14. Another play action, though, coming inside now. Another hold will go against Maryville. That one's broken up by Terrion Burgess. It'll be another flag against the Maryville offensive line. I believe it'll be Colburn once again.
Big-time pressure from Ernest Smith II, getting in that backfield and making some havoc.
Ernest, a guy that's been getting playing time on this defense all 4 years he's been here and getting in there and setting the tone. Once again, this will back Maryville up even more. No, it will be declined, and the NATOs will try and hold Maryville on this 3rd and 14. Understandable decision there. Don't want to keep your defense out there longer than you have to, and you got to trust that your defense isn't going to give up a 3rd and 14. Another thing, they're in empty here. Rollins does like to run out of empty. A lot of design QB runs with Rollins by himself back there, setting up blockers. 3rd and 14 from the Tornado 46. Rollins stepping back to pass, looking. He wants a deep shot. Grimes trying to get off the block. Now Koger and Williams. Rollins going to throw. Caught and tackled just short of the sticks there. Maybe 2 yards shy. A good tackle by Bailey Ramey. It'll be 4th down, but a decision coming here for Maryville.
Yeah, needed 14, got 11, so it's going to set up a 4th and 3 from the 35.
Big decision for head coach Ben Fox here. Early on, 11-14 to go in the second. Clock will stop.
Field goal would be about 52 yards if your kicker's got that kind of
waving the
leg.
arms, not sure if this is an official timeout or a timeout called by either of these sides. It doesn't look like either coach has called one.
Looks like they're going to go for it, Brady.
And, yeah, keeping the offense on the field. 4th and 3 coming in now is number 80, Tristan Wright, the receiver. So a new receiver in. He'll line up wide to the left. Big time play here for the Tornado defense. Hunter Davis in at that joker position that the Tornadoes have lined up. Linebacker depth. Bailey Ramey right next to him. Tornadoes coming with what looks like maybe a 4-man pressure. Got Langford, Grimes, and Williams on the left. Koger on the right. And maybe some clock issues here. 10:45 on the game clock is what the referee is calling for here. And a big-time play coming here. Rollins Empty once again. This could very well be a QB draw. They haven't shown it yet. 10:45. Rollins dropping. Quick pass is brought down, maybe. No, incomplete. Pleasure is able to force it out, and a big-time stop for the Tornado defense. And drive in and drive out, it seems like the Tornado defense is creating just enough havoc to keep Maryville from getting comfortable. That was a drive that kept going. All of a sudden, a few plays go the Nados' way, and they get off the field still 6-0.
Yeah, and Jock Pledger, the graduate student, he's been doing this his whole career.
Absolutely.
Coming up with a big one-on-one play there.
A guy that was scouted here as a slot. There was a need at cornerback about midway through his freshman year, all the way back in 2019. And since then, an All-American nod and plenty of accolades.
Yeah, even some dual sport action. See him on the baseball diamond as well.
Absolutely, and we've got that little superstition where we've got to call out Jock once per baseball broadcast, and you don't need that here. You have to call out Jock in a football game with the impact he has. Beamish takes a snap, hands off to Lee Parker. Chancellor Lee Parker gets maybe the biggest hole he's had today and gets maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah, running right through that interior of that line. And, we touched on it a little bit. Todd Norman starting at right guard. Josh Blackstock at center. Bernard Wirtz, the freshman, gets to start at the left guard.
A guy that we've seen a few times, a really strong player. As you see, Chancellor Lee Parker will hobble off to the sideline. DJ Taylor in at running back. Hopefully Lee Parker's all right. But, yes, LaRodrick Rucker also being moved out to left tackle. A guy that usually plays guard, but that left tackle position had a need for the Nados, and Rucker moving over as Taylor gets the carry, bumps out to the right. Taylor's got room at the 40, 35-30, 25-20, 15, dragged down inside the 10, and a huge run for DJ Taylor. Rucker's fired up, and the big boys up front got it done. Taylor able to work a move and get in prime position for this Tornado offense to take a lead here in the second quarter, at least get on the board.
50 yards from DJ Taylor.
DJ Taylor. Wow. Mighty Mouse getting out of there. Ball on the 9-yard line now. 1st and goal for the Nados. Taylor will stay in the backfield. Devon Taylor in on that left side. A newly made fullback coming over from defense. Him and Bishop, the tight end, will both shift over to the right, and we'll see if it's a run play. Here it is. Taylor to the right, makes a man miss, but will get driven back. Not much doing there for the Tornado offense on 1st and goal.
51 yards officially there from DJ Taylor, and, busting it big.
Now Lee Parker coming back in. Seems to be all right. Rowell spots and Lovett will follow.
Devontae Murray out with an injury, so that's
a
great
knee
to
injury.
see Chancellor Lee Parker still being able to contribute here. That three-headed monster of those 3 running backs, 2 of the 3 still healthy today, and DJ Taylor, 51 yards.
Absolutely. 2nd and goal from the 9. Beamish with Lee Parker to his right, motions Rowell across to the left. Beamish dropping, looking to throw. Fade ball to Parker. He's going to get hit. And there will be no penalty flag. The ball was up in the air for Parker. He got drilled. It looked like that play a few years ago with the Saints and Rams with Nikel Roby-Coleman. No flag will be called, so it'll be 3rd and goal. Tornado sideline and crowd wants a flag, will not get one. Hogan, Douglas, and Orr all coming in here. Lee Parker and Lovett will hop out. 3rd and goal, about halfway through the second quarter. Getting a bit darker here at Islamel Family Field. Beamish on 3rd down has Orr in the backfield in a pistol look. Rowell across to the left. Beamish dropping, under pressure, stepping up, moving to his right. Throws, touchdown! Jack Spots ties the ball game up. Jack Spots in the back of the end zone. Johnny on the spot. And the Tornadoes could take the lead here with a Hugo Taylor PAT.
The elusiveness of Beamish.
Just able to shuffle and shimmy until he has somebody open, and that quick release just makes him so dangerous. You're not going to see anybody in the USA South close to Patrick Mahomes, but with the things that he does, that's about as close as it gets. Taylor on to try and give the Nados the lead, 8:27 to go here in the first half. Taylor's kick is through, and it is 7-6 Tornadoes. DJ Taylor setting that up with a big run, and we got Phil with some more here.
51 yards from Taylor setting that all up. But Jack Spots, he's been moving his way up the depth chart. We're seeing him each week. First career touchdown for Jack Spots, the sophomore wide receiver from Bynum, North Carolina.
A guy that last year as a freshman was playing in the JV games, and now you see him making an impact on a Saturday evening against the unbeaten 3-0 Maryville Scots. And we haven't had a chance to see the Tornadoes kick off thus far, but now we have the kickoff alignment with sort of everybody bunched up on either side. Something Coach Wellenhofer has been setting up.
Hugo Taylor, the place kicker, won USA South Conference Special Teams Player of the Week earlier this season.
Taylor running up, boots this one away. It'll come down inside the 10. Fielded now going left to right here. The return for Maryville brought down Carter Rollerson and Tristan Wynn, the two Tornadoes there. And Maryville will set up, it looks like, inside the 30, just past the 25. Tornadoes now with their first lead of the afternoon, 7-6. And so far, biggest play of the game has got to be that block PAT after the penalty by Wyatt Langford early on here, but that 1 point difference is coming off that play and that play alone.
Yeah, that's the difference at the moment, but a lot of football still to be played here. But, it's been an interesting game so far. Both offenses finally starting to get it going.
Holloway and Moore at corner. This one over the middle, caught. And now running with the ball. Holloway trying to punch it out. Cannot. That is number 5, Corey Russell once again. Russell with a big impact so far in this game. And Maryville just like that past midfield.
35 big ones there. And just like that, Maryville's into Tornado territory.
Not necessarily taking the top off of the Tornadoes, but getting these chunk plays on these crosser-type routes. Tornadoes in man-to-man for some of these plays and not able to get all the way across as the running back motions out wide. This time Rollins takes a snap, looking quick over the middle. This one caught once again, and it'll be another Maryville first down as he's brought down inside the 30. That's Brock Skelton, number 84, a guy we saw earlier in this one. And Maryville coming right back with an answer of their own.
Yeah, Rollins now 10 of 17 for 131 yards. Does have the one interception, but he's spreading it around. 6 different receivers, including Skelton.
Rollins hands it off, going up the middle, and a minimal gain there, maybe 2 or 3 for Maryville. That one, number 3, Mac McCovery, the 4th. Getting the handoff there, and now Cooper will come back in at running back. Chris Cooper, the sophomore out of Florida. 2nd and 7 here with 7:07 to go in half number 1. NATO's leading at 7-6. Rollins in the gun, Cooper to his left. He'll hand to Cooper. Cooper trying to get to the right. Perkins is going to hang on and bring him down. A flag comes in. I believe that will be against Maryville. A swarm of Tornadoes getting in there. Perkins the first. Moses Perkins looked like he was going to lose the tackle there, not be able to hold on, and his strength is able to keep him on there. And now a penalty to boot might be coming.
Quintrell Bowman getting in there as well.
Bowman right now playing that cat position we talked about, sort of a de facto linebacker in that nickel package. And it will be a hold. Another hold against this Maryville offensive line, and that Tornado pass rush getting after them and forcing them to make these mistakes. So it'll be 2nd and long, 2nd and 17 to be exact.
5 penalties for 55 yards accepted against the Scots.
2nd down and 17 from the Tornado 29. Motioning his receiver in is Rollins. Now making a check. Hayden Holland, the man that was in motion. Now Rollins going to step up, throw over the middle. Knocked away by James Woods. Woods, a guy who came in late, wasn't able to be at training camp for the Tornadoes, wasn't able to play against Warner, had his first action back against Hampton-Sydney, saw limited snaps last week, but a guy that we saw last year has a huge, huge impact in this secondary.
Junior out of Lincolnton, North Carolina, another one of those transfers from Lewisburg.
A guy we've already seen at corner and at safety. He's at safety right now and on that play. 3rd and 17, empty look for Rollins. Dropping back, looking to his left, stepping up, going to try and take off. He is going to evade the tackle. Bowman's going to get in there and get him for a loss. And the Tornado defense is every time they have to make a play, they do it. And now this might push them out of field goal range with the ball right on the 30. Would be a 47-yard try. Not sure the range that Hampton has. And it looks like Rollins and the offense are going to come back out surely, just trying to get a jump or something. No way they're trying a 4th and 17. And if they are, you know this Tornado defense is going to take that personally if this ball gets snapped. 4th and 17 from the 29-yard line. Rollins and empty once again. We'll see if he snaps it. He does. Rollins stepping up. He's going to throw deep left, incomplete. Woods was the nearest in coverage. That one was way overshot for Russell, and another stop for the Tornado defense.
Turnover on downs, but you got to question the coaching decision.
Head scratcher, yeah, going for it on 4th and 17. I don't know who they think this Tornado defense is. Clearly showing they're up to the task. Holding Maryville to 6 points through most of this first half. Only 5.5 to go. Maryville, one of the top offenses, one of the top all-around teams in the conference at 3-0. Beamish hands off to Chancellor Lee Parker, and he'll get 1 or 2 there on the first down carry. Second and 8 from the 31, 5:15 to go. Nados want to try and take some of this clock off, even if you can't get a score, to stop Maryville from having the chance to drive down the field and take the lead heading into the locker room, especially with Maryville getting that second half kick. 5 minutes even to go. Bolton motioning out of the right. Beamish snaps it. Quick throw out right to Bolton now. Makes a man miss. Bolton is going to have the first down and be driven out by a couple of Maryville defenders. And a penalty far away from the play, thrown far away from the play at least.
Yeah, really nice individual effort there from Alex Bolin. Exciting 6'2" freshman out of Irmo, South Carolina.
Definitely has the build. Just at this point, it's a matter of trying to master the playbook. Obviously, a very complex playbook for those of you that don't know that Coach Kyatt and the offensive staff run here, and you really got to be on your P's and Q's, especially as a young guy, to get those snaps and playing time in this offense, a really complex scheme.
And all sorts of packages, all sorts of substitutions. You're seeing more personnel check in right now.
Coach Kyatt, as you know, as you call these games every week, a big, big proponent is shifts and motions. Lots of motions to try and figure out the coverage, figure things out pre-snap, and just throw the defense for a loop. We've got a roughing the passing penalty that is offset with, what was the penalty against Brevard?
It was also a personal foul, so yeah. A legal motion.
Legal motion on Bolton. So that'll offset and negate that play.
So we'll do it all over again.
Second down and 8 from 31. Clock rolling, 4:45 to go in the first half. A tightly contested defensive battle. A plethora of errors on both sides. Beamish dropping back. He's looking for a shot. He's looking down the field for Orr, and he is not going to hang on. Tight coverage there from the safety, Justin King. And Orr, who is not of the biggest stature, almost went up and got that one. Orr stands at 5'9" on the roster. As a personal friend, I think it might be an inch or two shorter. But trying to go up and get that one, not able to come down with it.
Yeah, third deep shot Beamish to Orr so far. The first was on the first play of the game, just outside the reach of Orr. The second one resulted in a pass interference call. This one, a jump ball, incomplete.
Easily could have came down with it too, but Maryville looks like they've done their homework on number 2. Some teams may underestimate the smaller stature receiver, but not Maryville. Beamish going to step up, going to be brought down for another sack for Maryville. This time, number 18, Ryan Moog again. Moog with his second sack, the D tackle. And here comes punt number 6 for Nick Akes. With just under 4:15 to go, Maryville could try and go 2 for 1 here to end and start the halves. Tornado defense has come up big every time to this point. Going to need to do it at least once more this half as the punt returner lined up just behind midfield, just in front of the Maryville 40. Akes gets a snap, not a big rush, and that one's going to be caught immediately and tackled pretty quickly after at the 45 of Brevard. That's Corey Russell on the return. He did not let that one bounce, which is what the NATOs wanted.
Good starting field position for Maryville, meanwhile. 3 minutes, 40 seconds left to play here. See if the Tornadoes defense can stop them again.
So Maryville will start in plus territory. .340 to go in the first half. Running back motioning out to the left here. Rollins. Quick drop. Looking under pressure. Rolls out to his left. He'll throw this one. It is caught for a Maryville first down. Nice play there by Rollins, who looked like he was dead to rights in that backfield. Swarmed. And all of a sudden, just like Beamish does, it gets out of there.
That's what I was just about to say. The Beamish and Rollins similarities are kind of uncanny.
2 mobile guys, perhaps a bit more physically gifted as Rollins, but the craftiness that Beamish has might be second to none. Rollins, another motion out wide to the left, out of the backfield. Another quick drop. This time over the middle, it's caught. Coming in and making the tackle there is James Woods once again. 3:03 to go in half number 1. That was Steph Carter Jr., the receiver, with the grab over the middle. It'll set up second down with under 3 minutes to go here in this first half, and Maryville already closing in field goal territory, could take the lead here on this drive. Tornadoes looking for a big play, possibly a sack. 2nd and 4, this one a handoff up the gut. It'll be enough for a first down and more. And that one is going to be just short of the end zone, and now a late flag coming against Kentrell Holloway. Another flag, I believe, against the Tornadoes. Looked like Holloway slung the receiver down late. And with 2:35 to go in the first half, Maryville set up in a good position. But if they can score quickly, the Tornado offense will get one last jab of their own.
Where do you think this is spotted at? Looks like it's at the 10 right now.
And it will be a personal foul against Holloway. And that flag, I believe, will make it half the distance to the goal. We'll see where the spot ends up being.
Yeah, it looks like about the 3-yard line, perhaps. It's
Rollins takes a snap. Handoff up the middle, and they won't get in on that play. That one's stuffed up by a group of NATOs, including Devon Robinson. Closing in on the 2-minute mark here. 7-6 Tornadoes. Maryville once again gets the kickoff to return to start the second half. 2nd and goal from the 2. 2's across the board. 2nd down on the 2. Second quarter, 2 minutes to go. Handoff stuffed once again. This Tornado defense trying to hold serve here. The only thing is they might be costing their offense time. You want to get this stop now. Wyatt Langford was in on that one. And here comes the 3rd and goal. Wouldn't be surprised to see Maryville go pass on this one. We'll see if the Tornadoes are in man or zone here on the goal line. A motion coming in by the receiver. Rollins sprinting out to the right. In trouble, wide open in the back of the end zone for a Maryville touchdown. Number 86, Danner Hill, will give Maryville a late first half lead with 1:25 to go into the half. And now a flag in the end zone. We'll see if this holds up. Could be a pick play. And it will. It'll be offensive pass interference and another big save there. Whether by the defense's own doing or not, a big play for the NATOs. And I believe they'll set up another 3rd and goal, correct?
Yeah, it should be 3rd and goal from a much different distance. 6th penalty of the contest for Maryville, and a couple of them have just been killers.
How many do we have?
Just 3 for the Tornadoes, official accepted penalties. There's been more flags than that. A lot of them have been declined.
9 combined penalties already in this first half. Not the cleanest game that you'll see. Now 3rd and goal from the 11, and the NATO's going to at least try and hold them to a field goal here. Ben Ellis going to have to go out wide on that number 2. Trying to call something out to Everhard here now. Pledger and Moore on the outsides. And now a timeout coming from Maryville. They want to discuss this. 3rd and goal from the 16, rather, by the way. 1:25 to go. What do you think we're going to see here?
Well, I would once again use Rollins' elusiveness and maybe roll him out a little bit, see what he can make happen. You know, it's the running game. We're still waiting for one of those draw plays, but on 3rd and goal from the 16, you got to put it in the air, really.
It has to be a pass here.
Yeah.
And for that reason, I would put in the nickel set, which Martin Bayless might be doing here, putting in some extra DBs to defend that pass. A run really is going to be hard to score on unless they're planning on making this 4-down territory. But even then, hard to see a run.
Yeah, I would think Rollins scrambling, making things happen, see who can shake themselves loose, and it's going to be up to that Tornado defense and the discipline in the back especially, but got a lot of veterans on that Tornado defense who have been in these situations before.
Absolutely. 3rd and goal from the 16. Rollins by himself, empty. 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Looking to his right, quick throw is going to be caught and wrapped up and brought out of bounds around the 5 there. Bailey Ramey, the one that pushed him out there, and here comes the field goal unit to try and give Maryville a 2-point lead. And with 3 timeouts left, if I'm Coach Kyatt, I would call a timeout, try and give your offense a chance, but I do understand with the limited movement that the Tornado offense has had, being content sending it to half, depending on when this ball gets snapped. Doesn't appear, or unless he wants to save those timeouts for the offensive drive. Here's Hampton. The kick is good. And it'll be 9-7 Scots with 39.4 to go here in half number 1.
Hey, big stop there for the Tornado defense.
Absolutely. Looked like they were going to have to give up 6. And
yeah, we'll take that field goal, a 2-point game heading into halftime. That extra point still a factor,
absolutely.
Perhaps. But as you said, 3 timeouts for the Tornadoes, 39 seconds. You could still make something happen. Some of it might depend on this kick return.
It'll be interesting to see what approach the offense comes out with, because it is an offense that has the ability to make that big play happen quickly, but also an offense that, for the most part, has been stymied by the really good Maryville defense. As we said, 2nd in the conference in points per game allowed, at only 17 a game. Lovett and Taylor back deep. It'll be Everhart, Naylor, and Galt on the back line. Naylor coming in late. $39.4 to go here in the first half. Maryville leading 9-7. And Hampton will kick this one away. It'll be deep to the right. Lovett once again. Lovett stumbles a bit. Now going to take off. Not much blocking-wise. He is brought out of bounds. Maybe just past the 25 or right at the 25. 33.9 to go now in half number 1. NATO defense has done a stellar job here in the first half. And if the offense can just make a few more big-time plays, who knows what the score is at. Not doing a bad job, but a few early penalties kind of set the NATOs back. It seems like they've got more of a flow these past few drives, including on the touchdown to Jack Spots on that far side. Beamish Takes a snap, looking quick, or did he get his feet in? He did and got out of bounds. A couple yards past the 30. And it'll be a first down for the NATOs with 31 seconds remaining here in this half. And after that one, we'll see if the NATOs do want to get aggressive here. That quick pass and first down could set up Coach Kyatt. You got to be telling him not to force anything, though, here.
Well, the deep shot to Orr, we've seen it 3 times already. Is there one more?
Could see it again. Beamish looking to his right. He's got Orr once again, this time short of the sticks, and we'll see if the NATOs use their first timeout. They will. Coach Kyatt calling that one with 25 and a half seconds remaining here in half number 1. Second and 3. This time from the 40. And NATOs, if they could just get, let's say Hugo Taylor can hit from about 45, safely saying, need to get to about the 28. About give or take 40 more yards here. We'll see how doable that is with 25 and a half remaining. Still 2 timeouts, though. And if you can get a few more of those plays going towards the sideline, it'll buy you a little bit more time.
Well, Brady, do just want to commend a big crowd on hand here for this homecoming
Absolutely.
game. There's people all over, not just the grandstands, but surrounding the surrounding areas, the grassy areas and so forth, and just a fantastic atmosphere here for homecoming.
Absolutely, and just wait, it'll get even more hype once it starts to get a little bit dark here at Ives Lamel and those lights come on. Lights are already on, still light out. Beamish on 2nd and 3. Rolling out right, looking, throwing, and caught by Rowell. And they're going to try and spike the ball here, trying to get on the ball quickly. All the Tornadoes, we'll see when this clock starts rolling. And the sticks are not moving, and it looks like they're going to call it incomplete. The side judge coming and deeming that one incomplete late. And so it'll be 3rd down for the Tornadoes.
Yeah, that was sort of unusual how that all went down. I think they might add a few seconds to the clock, too, if that was the case.
Oh, you have to.
Haven't gotten an indication in that department yet.
3rd down for the NATOs. We'll see what Beamish comes with here. Dropping, heavy pressure, throwing out to the left. Hogan's got it for a first down. He's out of bounds at the 45. I think you got to try one more intermediate, not quite a deep shot, and try and get near that range. You still have 2 timeouts. Ideally, you have at least 2 snaps that you can run before attempting a field goal if you can get the yardage necessary. Maybe if you can get it to the 30, Taylor can kick it. It's 25 more yards here. You can really get that on one play. Lee Parker shifting over to the right of Beamish now. Orr and Douglas out to the right. Beamish under pressure, rolling to his right, evading a tackle, throwing, and that one will go out of bounds and bleed a good bit of clock off. And now the Tornadoes, maybe only one play left. After that one, nothing really was developing. Beamish under heavy fire quickly. And now 7.2 seconds separating us from halftime.
I do want to mention Chancellor Lee Barker. He's been doing a great job with some pass blocking on
Absolutely.
a lot of these plays, keeping these plays alive for Beamish.
Bigger, strong, sort of that bell cow back that the Tornadoes have. Very reliable in pass pro, like you said. 7.2 to go. We'll see if they go quick to set up a Hail Mary or if they try and get a quick chunk here. 2nd and 10 from their own 45. Beamish under pressure instantly. Floats this one up and intercepted, but he did not get the feet down. And we will have one final play here. We'll see if it'll be a shot or just a kneel down. Beamish has the arm. Just under 2 seconds remaining here in half number 1. Maryville leading at 9-7. Beamish in the gun. One final snap here. A handoff to Parker. Parker to the left. Makes a man miss. He will be brought down around the 35, and that will be the half. A biggest run of the day for Chancellor Lee Parker there on that final play of half number one. And as we head to the break, Tornadoes trailing at 9-7, but on the defensive side of things, as much as you could have hoped for if you're Martin Bayless, Bill Kyatt, and the rest of the Tornado staff. A 9-7 lead for the Scots, who had, honestly, a chance to make this a bigger lead than it is, but the Tornado defense came up strong on multiple occasions. And with a 2-point deficit, Tornadoes will kick away to the Scots to start off half number two. Defense will be needed to start off half number two and to continue doing the job they were doing in the first half. During halftime, we will have the court winners recognized on the field, as well as some Brevard College Athletic Hall of Fame inductees. All the homecoming festivities. NATO's trailing at 9-7 at the half, and we will be back here in just a few moments for the second half of Tornado football action. Just before the second half gets going, we'll come back on the air. A little bit of a first half recap, but we'll step aside for just a moment. Tornadoes and Scots, halftime at Ives Lamel, 9-7 Maryville.
It's important to study English because language has power. And being able to understand the history of language and how it's been used over time and in our current era helps us be able to take control of that power and use it now and in the future.
I've learned to express myself with the written word more clearly. I've been given the tools with different structural techniques and all the good stuff that have made me a stronger writer, a stronger communicator.
You're going to learn not just the content of your major, whether it's English or history or whatever. You're going to learn how to learn. You're going to learn how to apply that learning and adapt as conditions change.
Writing is inherently experiential because students have to take so many important skills like critical thinking, communication, analysis, and translate those thoughts into a piece of oral or written communication, and then learn by doing how to be more effective communicators.
The English program at Brevard College prepares you for success in whatever field you choose to major in, whether it's theater, whether it's in the sciences or math, whether it's in business. The ability to communicate is important in no matter where you go, and one of the skills we teach is how to communicate clearly with your audience, whoever that may be.
The community here at Brevard, whether it be faculty, students, staff, are all people who learn and grow together. We learn from each other. There's no place where I don't feel welcome on campus, and that's the best part of that liberal arts education, is you're stepping into different learning styles and different content than you do at any old college where you don't get to grow the brain. It's a culture that encourages self-expression. You're allowed to be you here.
history
Back here at Ives Lamel Family Field, just a few moments away from the second half kickoff. NATO's trailing it just by 2, 9-7. Maryville with the advantage. The 3-0 Maryville Scots in the lead of the 0-3 Brevard College Tornadoes. But as we said in the pregame, not your average 0-3 team is Brevard. 3 tight losses, 3 games that all came down to the fourth quarter, or in the case of the first game, overtime. And just taking a look at some of these stats, it started off, at least offensively, pretty unbalanced in favor of Maryville, at least in terms of who could rack up a few first downs. But at the half, 11 first downs for Maryville, only 7 for Brevard. 12 carries for 61 yards for Maryville, 12 carries for 70 for Brevard. But the passing yards, the big discrepancy, 100 more, nearly 99 more yards in that department for Maryville, 174 to 75. And total plays, 34 for Maryville, 33 for Brevard, but obviously that big discrepancy in total yards due to the passing yards difference. And in the red zone, one of the key differences, Maryville only 1 of 3. Brevard punched it in their only trip to the red zone so far. And really that's what it's come down to, is the Tornado defense making those timely stops, Phil.
Yeah, and a couple other key moments obviously worth reflecting on. The Maryville touchdown coming off that odd punt return, from an up man, 24 yards by Bervin. And then Akis, that 54-yard punt by him really flipped field position. So it's kind of interesting, him on both sides of things. Meanwhile, we saw Jack Spots with his first career touchdown. Bring that in from Ethan Beamish. And, field position's been a big one. But the most glaring thing of all for me, Brady, is the rushing offense for both these teams. Neither one has been able to get it going. We thought that was going to be really the emphasis of Maryville, and the fact that the Brevard College defense is limiting the rush to that degree certainly makes things fascinating going into the second half.
Absolutely. And what's crazy is Brevard has the edge in those rushing yards with 70. 51 of those came on that DJ Taylor run. So other than that, 11 carries for 19 yards to the Tornadoes. Got to find a way to get that going. And even more of that came on that Chancellor Lee Parker run to end the first half. And what's really stood out in the negative for our offense is they've been able to contain our passing game better than any team has so far. Beamish only 9 of 21 for 75 yards and a touchdown. Been sacked twice. Also has targeted Zach Orr 9 times already at the break. Clearly going into this game, that was his top target, but even more so today with 9 targets. On pace for 18 of them. 5 of those were hauled in for Orr with 38 yards.
And 3 of those 9 targets, deep shots, including the very first play from scrimmage that was just outside his reach. One of them turned into a pass interference, which was fortuitous for the Tornadoes. And then there was one that was like a jump ball that somehow Zachary Orr almost came up with it. But, both offenses have been limited, and we'll see what the third quarter has in store. Maryville starting things off offensively.
Yes, sir. Second half here at Ives Lamel Family Field. Hugo Taylor will kick this one away off to get us started. 30 more minutes to decide the winner of this one, as that kick is going to roll out of bounds, and that will set Maryville up nicely here on drive number 1. Taylor going deep right there, a little bit too deep right. And that one bounces out of bounds. Corey Russell allowing it to go out. And so the Tornado defense, once again, getting put in maybe not the most opportune spot here, but time after time they've answered the bell. We'll see if they can do that again here to start off half number 2, down by 2 points.
Yeah, penalties an issue for both teams in that first half. Maryville had 6 of them for 70 yards. Tornadoes, on paper, just 4 for 26, but a couple of them came at inopportune times. There was also a couple flags that were declined or picked up.
Absolutely. 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. The back motions out to the left. Quick throw by Rollins is brought in. Gain of about 7 there on the first play of the second half for Corey Russell. Russell has had a big impact in this game. We've heard his name quite a few times already to start this one off. Russell with 4 catches, for 67 yards in that first half, and there was number 5 as the running back going out wide to the left once again. This time, there's the QB run, and there's Obi Grimes. Obi Grimes, the big sophomore D lineman out of my hometown, a good friend of mine out of Loganville, Georgia, with a big play there on the interior, and it'll set up a 3rd down for the Scots. 3rd down and 2 for Maryville. Rollins takes a snap, looking over the middle, incomplete. The NATOs with a 3rd down stop. We'll see what Maryville chooses to do. It looks like a punt. And despite the out-of-bounds kick and the nice 1st down play by Maryville, it'll be a 3-and-out forced by the Tornadoes to start off the second half, and a great tone setter there for this defensive unit of the NATOs.
Well, yeah, they've done it time and time again this evening, and yeah, once again, gonna stop Maryville.
You see, senior defensive coordinator Martin Bayless seems to have figured out a few things about this Maryville offense so far. Snap taken in, punted almost, blocked by James Woods. Pledger going to get underneath it. He will fumble it, but it'll go out of bounds. Pledger muffs it, but it goes out of bounds and actually adds a few yards to where he was at. And so the first possession of the second half for the Brevard offense.
Yeah, Ethan Beamish, 9 of 21 in that first half for 75 yards, touchdown. He was sacked twice. Couple drops from his wide receiving core, which impacted those numbers as well.
A couple of drops, as you said. I remember one by Cooper Hogan over on the far side around the 40 on one of the earlier drives. Beamish, 3 receivers to the left. Hogan, Rowell, and Spots. He'll hand it off to Lee Parker to start things off. Lee Parker pushing through. He'll get 2 or 3 on first down. And you see some late shoves coming in the area of Rucker over there. Rucker was the one getting shoved by the Maryville defender.
Yeah, some good power running there from Chancellor Lee Parker. Saw that right side of that offensive line. Brody Lindsay getting after it at that right tackle position.
We'll see which side of the ball the attrition starts to set in for first, the D-line of Maryville or the O-line of Brevard. Some physical play up front. 2nd and 7 from the 28. Beamish will give it right back to Lee Parker, who will get another couple of yards there. Set up a 3rd and 5.
Like Taylor Thomas, one of those interior linemen for Maryville, coming up with the tackle there.
And in comes Bishop, the big tight end. Ramey out. Or in there for this one. Lee Parker still at running back. 9-7, a defensive affair so far to this point. Hogan out wide to the right, or condensed receiver to the left. And now coming back across, heading out wide to the left is Jordan Rowell. Beamish takes a snap, looking, moving to his right, under pressure, and we'll just sail this one out of bounds. And that's really been the biggest thing for Beamish, I think, is this Maryville defense has done a great job getting him off his spot.
Yeah, once again, Taylor Thomas making something happen there from that defensive tackle position. And, yeah, there's been a few times that Beamish has been able to, pull the Houdini act, get away, and find an open receiver. But it's a tough ask when there's that much pressure on the quarterback.
Absolutely. So I believe punt number 7 of the evening for Akis.
Yeah, average 35 yards in those first 6 punts, including a long of 54.
Here's the shift. Low snap. Akis handles it on a hop. And now the punt will be caught short once again. Nowhere to go this time for Russell. And Maryville will start up just shy, I believe, of their own 45. 12:22 to go here in the third. 9-7 Maryville lead. Neither offense able to get anything going. 2 3-and-outs to start off the second half.
Yeah, best starting field position for Maryville right here. So, once again, it's going to go on the shoulders of the Tornado defense. Flags on the field.
And now, it's a flag thrown. We'll see what the issue is. It's near Maryville's sideline. Could be a sideline warning against the Scots. You see a Maryville coach pleading their case. Was that a sideline warning? Yes, sideline warning as suspected against Maryville. And you see Beamish rallying the troops here on the sideline. You can tell they're close, just a few plays away.
Yeah, and talking specifically to his offensive line, being on the same page as them.
A run, it will gain about 3 yards, maybe 4, by number 8, Braden Dunson. Scott's nearing midfield, the first down marker at the Tornado 45. Second and 7. Dunson shifting out wide to the left. Rollins, quick throw over the middle. Nobody near him. That's Russell running for some yards after the catch inside the 40. Now a flag. And we'll see what this is all about. Grimes and Langford heading off, as well as Trey Williams. And we'll see what we've got here. And it will be a face mask against the Tornadoes. Not what you want to see. Now Maryville closing in Brevard territory. Inside the 30 now. Inside 25, as a matter of fact, at the Brevard 23. So a net gain of 25 on that play for Maryville. Handoff to Dunson. A hole opens up the middle. He makes James miss. Cuts back to the left, and he is going to get in for a Maryville touchdown. Braden Dunson. The middle opened up quickly. Made one man miss, Champ James, and able to outrace Burgess to the end zone, and now a 2-score lead, or will be a 2-score lead if they can get this PAT, which isn't a given, as we saw earlier.
23 yards to the house there, able to bust off one of those running plays.
So 2 plays just like that. It's like we were talking about. It's just a few plays these games are coming down to for the Tornadoes. Plays like that. 15-7 now. And now 16-7. And Langford wanted a penalty for something there on that PAT. Grimes telling him to shake it off. And so Maryville, a successful drive there, aided by the face mask penalty as well.
Hey, Brady, do want to mention this weekend homecoming, of course, and there was a big Hall of Fame induction last night. We honored some of those Hall of Famers during halftime. Scott Dvorak, who was a cross-country All-American national champion, class of 1989. Ray Gill, who is one of our just mainstays here at Brevard College, public address announcer for baseball and basketball, along with football. He is taking the day off because he's able to enjoy the festivities and his family and that kind of thing. We have Tim Lally in the house from the Asheville Taurus handling the PA for today's game. And then also inducted last night was a 4-time national champion cyclist, Joe Tyson Tuttle. So congratulations to the Hall of Fame class.
Congratulations indeed. This one is deep. Lovett's got it around the 5. Lovett, 15, 20, cuts outside of the left and will not be able to break the tackle. He'll be brought in just short of the 25, and a flag coming over near Toby Naylor. And whoever he was on, it looks like possibly number 2, Caden Stevens. Looks like that's exactly who that was that Naylor had a grab of. And this could be getting moved back. And it looks like it might be based on where the white cap is pointing. And yes, a face mask against Toby Naylor will back up the Tornado offense, and not what you need here. A couple of early crucial personal foul penalties against the Tornadoes in this second half.
Yeah, and the Tornadoes have now matched the Scots as far as the penalty total. Each team with 6 so far. And like you said, these last 2 here in this early second half, early third quarter have been tough for the Tornadoes.
Very tough. Got Reggie Taylor out wide to the left, first time calling his name today. Play action, looking for Taylor. He's got the catch. Reggie Taylor just shy of the 30. Moves the chains and gets us back on schedule.
Reggie Taylor, the sophomore from Charlotte, North Carolina, an absolute burner, arguably the fastest player on the team, member of the track and field team as well.
Yes, you can make the argument. This isn't even his main sport when you look at what he does over there on the track.
And he's been limited a little bit so far this year, nursing a hamstring injury, but word is he's full speed, ready to go beginning today.
Beamish, play action again, looking quick. That is brought in, I believe that's Sellier. It is, the tight end, Joseph Sellier. And the Tornadoes maybe starting to find something a little bit. These play action / RPO looks quick. We've got a slant and a hitch on back-to-back plays that have netted about 20 yards for the Tornadoes. Or out wide to the left, Rowell in the slot, Bishop at tight end to the right with Taylor wide. Beamish looking for Taylor again, just overshoots him. It'll be third down. Beamish had some quick pressure in his face.
And throwing into traffic there was about 3 Scott defensive backs surrounding Taylor.
The Scots clamping down a little bit on that quick game. Kyle Lovett and Jack Spots will come in. Taylor heads out as well as Bishop. Bolton was about to come in, now heads back to the sideline. A big third down here for both sides. Maryville could continue to build momentum if they can get a stop here. The Tornadoes want to continue this drive and get this score closer than 9 points. Spots, motions out wide to the right. Beamish looking left all the way. Finds Zach Orr, who's hit hard and holds on. Zach Orr is still down. He got hit hard and is still down, and they're wanting some targeting up here in the Tornadoes stands. Orr is still down as trainer Nicole Harshbarger heads to check him out. We'll be right back. So back here, Orr gets up on his own strength. Going to go get checked out under the tent. And that's a big weapon to be lost if he is lost. Hopefully he's able to come back in quickly as Lee Parker was earlier. Beamish's top target, and now out wide to the right you see Lovett with Rowell on the inside. Douglas out wide to the left. Beamish hands it off Lee Parker. Chance, hard contact there. Gets about 3. And that's number 54, Tyler Bost. Getting off Brody Lindsay, it looked like. Now Reggie Taylor heading back in. Lovett coming out. 2nd and 7, 9.5 to go here in the third quarter. 16-7 Maryville lead. Beamish under center. Douglas out wide to the left. A tight bunch to the right with Lee Parker in the backfield. Taylor motions to the left. Play action. Beamish looking down the field. Overshoots Douglas. He had him wide open for 6. Douglas, who we've seen score in 2 of the first 3 Tornado games, had another crease there wide open, and Beamish rushed it a little bit and overshoots him by about 10 yards.
Another over-the-top deep shot from Ethan Beamish. And you feel like one of these is going to connect and pay off big for the Tornadoes, but
that big arm of Beamish costing him a little bit perhaps on that one, as Douglas not able to get up under it. 3rd and 8 from the 47. Sort of no man's land here for the Tornadoes. Looks like pressure coming. It is. Off the right edge. Good block by Lee Parker. He finds Douglas this time over the middle. Between defenders, Adam Douglas at the 40 of Maryville.
Yeah, threading the needle there. Once again, surrounded by Scott's defender.
Instantly making up for that last miss. Finding Douglas there. In comes Devon Taylor, the new fullback for the Tornadoes. Had a need. Taylor wasn't getting the playing time that he liked at linebacker, and now trying to make an impact blocking here for the Tornadoes as him and Bishop ship over to the left. Hogan condensed to the left. Douglas out wide to the right. Beamish hands it off Lee Parker. Lee Parker with a head of steam. He'll get maybe 4.
Yeah, Devon Taylor, what a story this week, shifting from defense to offense. He's going to be used in that fullback, H-back type of position. 5'10", 245 pounds. You see him out there.
A transfer from Defiance last year. Second and 6. NATO's in plus territory now. Douglas, the receiver, to the left. Bolton and Hogan out to the right. Ramey, the H-back. He'll shift over to the left. Behind and next to LaRodrick Rucker. Beamish hands to Parker. Parker to the left. Has some space. Cuts back. Parker at the 20. The 10. Touchdown, NATOs! Chancellor Lee Parker scampering in once again. His 3rd touchdown of the year. And we're right back in this thing. 37 yards for Chancellor Lee Parker. He's fired up. And it looks like there might be a flag after the play. I do believe the run will stand. And it will be against Maryville anyways. We see Beamish didn't even see this at midfield over there. Did he get hit on the handoff?
Yeah, Beamish getting helped off by the athletic trainers, and there might have been the late hit against Beamish afterwards.
And I don't want to say anything bad about anybody, but Maryville, a little bit of a reputation for things like that.
There were some issues a couple years back with a game at Maryville where a couple of the Tornado quarterbacks were hurt
if you
with
remember,
some late hits.
yes, Eli
really,
Carr, as a
indeed.
freshman, was having a big year and sort of got his leg gator rolled. And I'm not saying any of that stuff speaks on a program. I don't want to say anything about the program or the coaches, but especially hitting a quarterback on a handoff, things like that are nothing you want to see.
But there is that reputation, and a big part of it, and talking to the coaching staff this week, Brady, was discipline on our side. Hey, you can control what you can control. And so if there is some sort of late hit, some sort of extracurricular, not to retaliate, not to, turn it into something even more. And, so often in these little shoving matches or what have you, it's the second guy that ends up getting the flag.
Absolutely.
And so far, despite, we've seen some penalties on both sides, but I think at least in that department, it seems like the Tornadoes are sticking to the game plan.
Absolutely. Back within 2, once again, 16-14. Chancellor Lee Parker sending a shockwave here at Ives Lamel. And the Tornadoes, they just today, it seems like they're answering the call every time on defense, on offense. When they've got to have it, they're getting it. Before that touchdown even, that throw to Douglas was on a huge 3rd down in their own territory and continue the drive as Taylor will boot this one from the 50, and that'll be a touchback into the end zone.
Brady, that last drive, 9 plays, 88 yards. If you remember, the Tornadoes starting way back in their own territory took 3 minutes and 17 seconds, and the payoff with Chancellor Lee Parker rushing for 37 yards to the house.
Clearly the most sustained drive this Tornado offense has had on the pass scoring drive. A large chunk of that coming on a 51-yard run by DJ Taylor, but that time kind of chipping away up until that final blow with Lee Parker. And once again, I just want to point back to what I think was the most important play of that drive, that throw over the middle to Douglas on that 3rd down to keep the chains moving. Because if you don't get that, you have to punt again, down by 9. Now we're right back in this thing as that run is going to be clogged up, coming in quickly. Hitting there might have been Champ James. No, James Woods, I believe, was the one that shot in there. Not sure if he was the one that made the tackle, but he shot in the hole quickly from his safety spot.
Also seeing Hunter Davis in on a lot more.
Yep, in that joker position, a new defensive grouping called together by Martin Bayless. Hunter Davis, the sophomore, is the joker on that play. Rollins looking to his left, now throws out to his tight end. Will be right near the sticks. It's number 86, Danner Hill, I believe. That was who had scored earlier for Maryville, but he got called back because of offensive pass interference.
Yeah, Hill, that's now the
And it will be enough
seventh,
for a Maryville first down.
seventh different receiver for Rollins. So he spreads it around. Russell's his primary guy, but able to find some of these other options as well.
Well, interestingly enough, Nick Daigle had been the primary guy coming into the day. More on that in a second as Rollins play action, stepping up, looking deep down the field. He's got a man, incomplete off the hands. He had more beat He was not able to haul it down, and that was Nick Daigle right there, the man we were talking about right before the snap. Daigle, 13 catches, a USA South leading 204 yards and 2 touchdowns coming into the day, and he almost had another long touchdown there. Thankfully, Rollins putting it just out of his reach to set up second down. It's crazy how that kind of stuff works. You mention a guy's name, and all of a sudden he's open 40 yards down the field.
The clairvoyancy of the broadcaster.
2nd and 10 from the Maryville 36. Running back heading out wide as he has done for a lot of this game. Rollins, quick throw over the middle. Didn't look like he was ready for it, but he does haul it in. Number 84, Brock Skelton there for another Maryville first down right near midfield.
Third catch of the day for Skelton.
Koger going to head out. Toby Naylor and Moses Perkins coming in. Hunter Davis heading out, as well as Bailey Ramey and Ben Ellis. A lot of substitutions here for the Tornadoes. And some of the sub-D linemen in there right now. Ernest Smith, Devon Robinson, Robert Dorsey, and then Moses Perkins. As you see, Champ James coming in late to play safety. Looks like him and Burgess at safety. I believe that might be Woods over there at corner right now. Pledger on the left side, dropping back. Rollins rolling to his right now, looking for anyone, and closing the gap there is Bowman. He might have got a yard. Bowman able to keep him from scurrying away. And I believe it'll be no gain.
Big open field tackle there for Bowman.
Absolutely. Bowman in that cat position we've been talking about, sort of a de facto linebacker next to Toby Naylor in defensive back form.
Yeah, no gain on the play.
Pledger, James, Burgess, Holloway, and Woods, the DBs. Rollins under pressure, rolling out to his left. Naylor chasing after him. He will get the first down, put a move on Woods, but Woods will make the tackle. And that is why you've got to keep contained if you're this Tornado D-line. Like Rollins, a dangerous runner. Hasn't shown it much today, but Rollins, if you leave that outside open, he's going to take it. Sort of feeling like a crucial drive here on both sides. NATO's trying to build momentum. Maryville trying to land another blow on this Tornado defense. It's been hard to come by.
More personnel changes. Dorsey in.
Pass. Rollins is going to be brought down. Robert Dorsey. There we go once again. It's like we're summoning these guys. Robert Dorsey, who, if you remember in week 1 against Warner, had that key forced fumble when the game looked lost. Dorsey heads off now, as well as Toby Naylor, Everhard, and Ramey in there at linebacker. Jordan Ramey coming in on the defensive line. Big play there from Robert Dorsey. Second and 14. Running back Dunson motioning out. Rollins looking to his right, and he has his man breaking a tackle, and now right at the sticks. We'll see where they spot the ball. That was Russell once again. Made a man miss, and now Champ James is down. That was a big play for Maryville, first down or not, which they do give them the first down. Russell able to evade the first tackler, and that has been one of the things that has plagued this Tornado defense is missed tackles, as we see James getting tended to over there at midfield. And James, a guy that really looks for contact despite a small frame. Champ, 5'8", 155 out of Gainesville, Florida. But if he doesn't come down like he's 230 pounds, a trained killer, if you will, out there on the field. Champ James walking off on his own power. Hopefully he's all right. Seen a couple of minor things so far. Thankfully, no lengthy injuries so far for the Tornadoes in this one. New set of downs for Maryville from the Brevard 30. Rollins, play action, stepping up. Over the middle, it is caught. And now being brought down inside the 10. Once again, Russell, he's taking over. NATO's a little bit further more inside, could have picked that ball off. Who was that in coverage? So it'll be 1st and goal now once again for Maryville, and the Tornadoes going to try and hold them to 3. Rollins hands it off. Nothing doing there for Dunson.
Yeah, Russell now over 100 yards receiving, 8 catches on the evening. And
Obviously.
Rollins, meanwhile, 19 of 30 for 234 now. So they're starting to get it going with this passing game here in the second half.
Heading into this game, once again, you thought Daigle was going to be the big target, but it has been Corey Russell, the senior. Dunson motioning out to the right. Rollins going to step up. Being brought down. He evades a man. Now Naylor's got him. Toby Naylor. Toby Naylor from across the pond. He's got a pick and a sack today. And it'll set up a big 3rd and goal. Backed up now, Maryville. Couple of substitutions coming in. Steph Carter, as well as Brock Skelton. 3rd down and goal from the 12. Natos trying to hold Maryville to 3 here, if not less. Rollins in the empty, trips to the right, 2 receivers to the left. Ball in the middle of the field. Rollins takes a snap, looking. He's going to step up. He's going to run. He is going to be brought down in the end zone for a Maryville touchdown. Rollins able to run it in from 12 out, and Maryville able to score once again with 2:05 to go here in the 3rd. Not ideal, but Natos still scratching and clawing at every turn. And that defense perhaps starting to get a little bit fatigued here in the second half. Some of these big downs that were not being converted in the first half are being converted a little bit more frequently right now for Maryville as they try to go back up 2 scores. Up 22-14. The PAT, it's a fake, running out to the left. He is going to be blown up by Obi Grimes. He did not get it. What a hit there by Grimes. Grimes coming from the interior, the speed of the big man, and he absolutely blows up the fake, and it's a 1-score game still.
Wow, Obi Grimes, and that's big because they were trying to make up for that missed extra point way back in the first
Absolutely.
half.
That's twice now. They haven't been able to get the point after attempt. Could be a 10-point game. Instead, it's still a 1-score game.
That's
and
exactly
at this
right.
point, no need to press. If you're the Tornadoes, I don't think you even go for 2 if you score here.
Wow, what a play by Obi Grimes.
It looked like he was going to get that final push to get in there, and out of nowhere, Grimes came in and stuck it to him. What a play by the sophomore. The sun's starting to set a little bit here at Ives Lamel. And the sun's starting to set on the 3rd quarter, too. 22-14, Maryville leading. 2:05 to go. And Trey Hampton will boot this one away again. Deep to the left. Lovett will take the fair catch, and the Natos will set up at the 25.
Do you want to mention that scoring drive by Maryville? 13 plays, 75 yards, 5 minutes, 47 seconds. That was the kind of drive that, you know, the Tornado coaching staff knows that Maryville is capable of. That's their game, milk the clock, that kind of thing. And, you know, for the Tornadoes to be able to get that 2-point stop there, you feel like there's a jolt of energy in that, you know, despite that long drive,
Absolutely.
which could have deflated the Tornadoes in a lot of ways, able to kind of get a little bit of the momentum back and get the ball back in the offense.
This team, as granted, it's still early, it's still the 3rd quarter, this team doesn't give up. This team finds themselves in opportune situations quite often, and a lot more often than not finds a way to crawl out of them or make something happen. Beamish, deep drop, looking deep. Once again, he's got Taylor. Reggie Taylor, the 30, makes a man miss. He's gone. Reggie Taylor into the end zone, 75 yards. And 6 big ones for the Tornadoes, and we'll see what they want to do here down 2. Reggie Taylor, the track star, beating everybody to the end zone. First play of the drive, taking another shot, similar to the first play of the game, and this one hits. And it looks like we're going to go for this one for the tie here with 1:54 to go in the third. And Taylor hitting pay dirt there, and we'll see what the offense comes with on the 2-point conversion. Rowell is going to come in late. DJ Taylor looked like he was about to. Instead, he'll stay put on the sideline. Chancellor Lee Parker, the running back to the right. Douglas condensed to the left. Rowell and Hogan out wide to the right. Douglas motions across to the right. Beamish sprinting out right. Douglas wide open. Douglas is in, and we're tied up. 22 apiece with 1:54 to go in the third. And just like that, everything going the NATO's way. And we got to point out who started this run. Obi Grimes with that big play to keep it at a one-score game. Tornadoes wasted no time. First play touchdown. Beautifully drawn up design there to find Adam Douglas all alone in the end zone to get this one tied up at 22 apiece. What a game.
Yeah, first career touchdown for Taylor. We saw the first career touchdown for Spots. In this one, 75 big ones. Oh, my.
And this game is starting to change course, it looks like. As the NATO kickoff team comes out, wow. This is as good as it gets in D3 football. 3-0 against 0-3. And right now, David putting up a good fight against Goliath.
Well, and whichever team wins this game will be 1-0 in the USA South Conference.
Absolutely. Kickoff deep to the left. He will field this one at the 5. At the 10 now, cutting back across. At the 20, he's lit up. And that looks like Nick Clark that got in there. And Clark taking out punter Nick Akis on the chest bump on the sideline out of excitement. That was Jermaine Abner on the return, and we are all knotted up. The Tornado defense coming back out, and it's 0-0 to them. Looks like they'll start off in base. Pledger, James, Burgess, and Woods, the DBs on the field right now. Koger and Ellis, the outside backers. Williams, Smith, and Langford on the D-line with Naylor and Everhart at inside backer. Run play here, out to the right. Good tackle there by Everhart. Gain of about 4. And to your point, big game for the NATOs. If they can win this one, not only do they start off 1-0 in conference, they've got 3 relatively light games coming up next against teams that, let's face it, were not very good last season in Greensboro, Southern Virginia, and LaGrange. LaGrange, obviously, whole new coaching staff, and one game at a time, but if you can win this one, it would be huge for many reasons. That one is blown up. Ernest Smith getting into the backfield, and this momentum is shifting, folks. 1:10 to go in the third. A tackle for a loss for Ernest Smith. Not the first time we've seen him get in there today. And now the Tornadoes are going to go nickel here.
The momentum shift is just jaw-dropping, beginning with that
If
Obi
they can
Grimes
get this stop heading into the fourth, it'll be huge. Koger getting him fired up down on the sideline. He wants the crowd up. 47 seconds to go here in the third, tied up at 22. Naylor creeping down. Rollins in the empty. Dropping, looking, scanning. Middle, dropped! Dropped there by Steph Carter. And the Scots are going to have to punt it away with 36.3 to go here in the third.
May have heard the footsteps of Kentrell Holloway there. And
absolutely. Tried to run with it before he had it, and you can't do that.
Big 3 and out after the big touchdown and 2-point conversion to tie us up here. And Tornadoes are going to have good field position, assuming nothing strange happens on this punt here.
Absolutely. And a chance to take the lead now when they get this football back. Pledger back at around the 40 to field this one. High snap. He gets it. They almost get in there. Pledger going to fair catch right behind the 50. And the Tornadoes, as you said, will start with good field position here. And man, the Tornadoes, what an effort. After what looked like a slow start to the third quarter, they have really hit a new gear here in the latter part of the third. Beamish and the offense come out. Ramey at H-back to the left. Douglas out wide to the left. Beamish under center. He'll hand this one to Lee Parker, who was brought down immediately at the 50. And that could be the final play of the third. A late push by Maryville, and a flag will be thrown. That one, I believe, was number 3, Cameron Spivey, who pushed Cooper Hogan. The flag was thrown, and it will be against Maryville, I do believe. And no. Both teams. Hogan's going to get hit with one, too. Offsetting personal fouls. Hogan didn't catch what he did there. Saw Hogan get pushed, but nonetheless offsetting penalties, and Kayat pleading his case down there to the line judge.
Probably the 4th or 5th time we've had offsetting penalties on each side. If you're tallying those up as well, the penalty numbers would be even bigger. But looks like we're heading to the 4th, all knotted up, Brady.
Clock continues to run. They're holding up the 4s, and we'll take a break with them. What an effort by the Tornadoes to get that stop on the 2-point conversion, get the touchdown, and then get their own 2-point conversion to have us where we are now, which is knotted up at 22 as we head to the 4th. Homecoming against the 3-0 Maryville Scots, all knotted up, and we will be back here in just a moment from Ives Lamel.
Every cheer, for every play, we know there's a little prayer that no one gets hurt. That's why we are there too. Party athletic trainers, physicians, and specialists. We're watching closely for any sign that someone needs care. And if your child is hurt, they're seen right away by the region's top specialists. The Party Sports Medicine team is at every game, match, race, practice, and workout, providing medical attention and guidance. For us, winning is all about playing healthy and smart so you can perform at your best.
Back here for the 4th quarter, NATO offense lining up. We'll recap how that 3rd quarter ended in just a moment. But to start off here in the 4th, 2nd down for the NATOs from the 50. Lee Parker in the backfield. Beamish, low snap. Rolls out to his left. He's going to take off. Beamish is going to get yards here. And a Maryville coach very upset with something. Might have wanted a hold out on the edge. Will not get it.
Yeah, and you mentioned the momentum at the end of that 3rd quarter, Brady, really kind of stunning after that 75-yard play, 75-yard drive, that scoring drive by Maryville that went up 22-14. A stop on an attempted 2-point conversion by Obi Grimes kind of shifted all the energy in the building here. Beamish then hit Reggie Taylor for 75 yards for a touchdown. Tornadoes make the 2-point conversion by Adam Douglas, then a 3-and-out by the Tornado defense.
Big 3rd down here. Toss left to Lee Parker. Chance is going to get the 1st down and more at the 30, the 20. Chance! Is there a chance? There is! Into the end zone! Touchdown, NATOs! They've got their second lead. I forgot about 7-6. They've got the lead back, though. There is a flag, 46 yards as it stands, a flag near the down marker just past midfield. And we'll have to see what this is about. Hopefully, after the play, we've got the white cap coming here with the announcement. Came from that far sideline. After the play, I believe he said against Alex Bolton. But the NATOs, the touchdown will stand, and Chancellor Lee Parker with his 4th touchdown in 4 games gives the Tornadoes the lead here to start off the 4th quarter, and the NATOs draw first blood here in the final quarter of this one. Taylor for the extra point, knocks it down.
The amount of big plays in the last 2 minutes or so, the very end of the 3rd quarter and the start of the 4th here is just stunning by the Tornadoes.
All of a sudden, Bill Kyatt looks like Andy Reid. It's explosive plays every time. For what looked like a stagnant offense in the first half has really come to life since about the middle of the 3rd quarter.
And Chancellor Lee Parker now, his numbers creeping up even higher. You know, just what a day for him. And you're starting to feel it here on homecoming, just as you had mentioned earlier. Once the sun sets, the lights are shining.
You start to get in that old high school vibe. and you play a lot more loose under that, let me tell you. And Chance, coming into this ball game, he was 4th in the conference in rushing yards with 211 with a pair of touchdowns. We'll bump that 211 up quite a lot here. He's got 132 now.
Yeah, 129 net yards.
So 343 rushing yards now on the season for Parker with 4 touchdowns. And that'll get it done. Taylor from backed up kicks this one away. It'll be fielded around the 25, now the 30, 35, 40, 45, cutting back and just shy of midfield, maybe getting up to midfield there was the return man, I believe Tristan Wright possibly. We'll go with it. Whether it was right or not, he is at receiver for this first snap of the drive, and they'll start at midfield just like the Tornadoes started at midfield on that pass drive. And we'll see if Maryville can respond. Their 3-0 record at stake here. Tornadoes looking for victory number 1. Rollins dropping back to pass over the middle. He's got his favorite target for another first down. That's Russell. And, man, we might be in for a shootout here in the 4th. Holloway and Cam Moore at corner. The last few drives you had seen Jock Pledger and James Woods on the outside, giving them a breather here after taking the lead. That's Woods at safety, as well as Champ James. Rollins hit as he throws. That one's up in the air. There's flags everywhere. There's another flag that's going to be on PI on Cam Moore, and we'll see if this flag on the near side is on Maryville or on us. Possibly yet another offsetting situation. Dorsey saying that it was a hold against Maryville. Schultes agreeing with him. And Dorsey trying to pull his jersey back over his pads as if to plead his case. It will be a hold against Maryville, and it will be a pass interference against Cam Moore. Another set of offsetting penalties, Phil.
Yeah, I don't know if you're keeping score at home with these offsetting penalties, but we're getting up there. (29-22). Just getting underway here in the 4th. Ball on the 39, first down for Maryville. Rollins hands this one off to Dunson, trying to bounce off tacklers and does. Cutting to the left. He's got room. He'll be brought down by James Woods, who gets hit by his own teammate Holloway there. Gets up, gives the head a little shake, and now we'll get back to his spot. Schultes coming out, Devon Robinson coming in, Luke Dotson coming out as well. Fresh set of downs after the effort there from Dunson. That play looked dead to rights. He kind of stayed patient right behind his lineman and just waited for that burst outside. Able to get up to the NATO 22, creeping in towards the red zone now. Running back motions out wide to the right. Rollins stepping up over the middle, caught. He put it way behind him, but he's able to settle down. That's Brock Skelton able to set it down and come down with that one falling immediately. It'll be another first down for Maryville, and they're making quick work of trying to tie this one up. 13:08 and counting. Ball will be spotted at the 7. First and goal for the Scots here. Rollins in the gun. Hands it off, and that one will be swallowed up immediately. Robinson and a few others getting in there. I see Toby Naylor in that pile. I see Terrion Burgess down there, and it'll be second and goal for the Scots, and we'll see if the NATOs can hold pat once again. Again, something the defense is known for is toughening up in these tough situations. Less than ideal conditions seem to be what the Tornado defense thrives in. Empty here for Rollins. Got to watch that draw play. Rollins over the middle, fires, incomplete. James and Woods coming together to knock that one out. Physical play over the middle, and it's third and goal. The two safeties converging there on that slant pattern to knock it out and make it a third down.
And you've just got this feeling right now with the Tornadoes. They're welcoming the adversity. 3rd and goal, empty once again. Trips left, doubles to the right. Rollins takes a snap, looking. He's going to step up and run. He is going to be brought down by Holloway. Champ James combining in there with him, and it's going to be 4th and goal. Rollins thought he could get in there, just runs out of room, and it'll be 4th and goal. I'm going to assume they're going for this. Moses Perkins and Robert Dorsey coming in, as well as Eli Everhart. Toby Naylor will bow out. Bailey Ramey coming in. Jordan Ramey coming out. And Grequencio Koger out. And now Everhart out as well. So mass substitution for the NATOs here. 4th and goal from the 1. Hard-nosed football. Let's see who wants it. Rollins in the gun. Sprint out to his right. And he's going to get in. Bailey Ramey had a chance at that tackle. Instead, Rollins is getting in. And perhaps having some words for some Tornadoes behind the end zone. And now here comes the kicker to try and tie this one up. But what we've seen with their PAT operations, this is no sure thing, Phil. Had a weird 2-point fake attempt that did not go well, and a block PAT as well. The kick from Hampton is good, and we're tied up with just under 11 and a half to go in this one. 29-29, and no doubt the game of the week in the USA South right now.
Yeah, saw USA South Commissioner Tom Hart was here earlier. And
Tom Hart in the building once again.
In the building, and the USA South product delivering here. Total yards are just about even, just like the score, 29-29. Tornadoes 363 total yards, 358 for Maryville, and the majority of these have all come in the second half when these two offenses have come alive. And yeah, this thing is just going back and forth at this point, and 11 minutes, 29 seconds left. We're in for a thriller down the stretch here.
Absolutely. This was a 9-7 game at the half. Now all even at 29. We've seen the fireworks a bit more often here in the second half, and we've still got 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, 35 points scored combined in the second half.
Lovett and Taylor back deep. Hampton to kick this one away. All tied up at 29 apiece. This one is going to be fair caught once again by Lovett, not trying to risk anything. He wants the fair catch once again, and that'll put the NATOs at the 25. So here we go, another Tornado drive with 11:29 to go. Bishop and Rowell coming in for this opening play. Lights starting to get brighter and brighter here at Ives Lamel Family Field, all knotted up, 29 apiece. Here in quarter number 4. Douglas out wide to the right. Rowell, the number 2, inside. Taylor out wide to the left. Beamish hands off to Lee Parker. Gets a bit of a crease and will push forward for maybe 3 or 4 there. Brought down by Tyler Bost and Jake Brock of Maryville. Now here comes Jack Spots, who we saw score the opening touchdown for the Tornadoes in this one. Bishop comes out. As good of a game as you could have hoped for on homecoming weekend. As good of an effort as you could get from the 0-3 Tornadoes. Still looking for that first victory. This fourth quarter is going to decide it. Beamish keeps it himself. They close in quickly, and Beamish not going to get much there, a yard at most.
Yeah, it seemed like the fake to Lee Parker, the Maryville defense just didn't bite on it.
Absolutely, staying on their assignments, and now it'll bring up a third down here as we approach the 10-minute mark here in the fourth. Jonathan Harris there bringing down the Tornado quarterback. Condensed to the right now, Spots and Taylor. Rowell condensed to the left, Douglas wide. Now Spots will shoot out wide to the right. Beamish looking for Spots. He's got him, but he will be short of the first down, I do believe. And It'll be close. Looks like they are going to move the chains. Initially, it looked like Spots didn't have quite enough. Didn't get any chance for Yak there. But a first down for the NATOs.
It's a big first down. And Spots coming up with that big grab there.
Absolutely.
What a story. We've talked about him moving on up the charts.
Got some sophomores making a big impact in the receiving game today. Spots and Taylor, as well as Douglas. I think he's officially a junior. His second year playing college football, though. Beamish, under pressure, gets rid of it, gets it out of bounds. He got drilled there by number 11 of Maryville. That's Tyler Barrett. And now flag. Beamish got licked there by Barrett. And it'll be intentional grounding. Beamish not outside the tackle box and no one in the area. So it'll be a loss of a down, essentially a sack. And it'll be second and long here for the Tornadoes. Protection kind of folded there. Got Beamish hit hard. Beamish starting to get hit a little bit more than you'd like if you're Coach Kyatt in this second half. Had that little run play where he got hit pretty hard, and then obviously right there on that grounding. Second and 20, 9:43 to go. Beamish dropping, looking to the left. He's got Douglas. He's got the catch. It'll make it a third and manageable. A nice, agile, and nimble effort there from Adam Douglas.
And once again, the pass protection blocking by Chancellor
Absolutely.
Lee Parker.
Great blocking there with that revamped O-line to give Beamish the time he needed to scan the field, look to his left, and see Douglas cutting open to the left. 3rd and 6 now, and the Tornadoes trying to get a first down and keep this drive moving as they get closer and closer to midfield. Ball on their own 39, 9:19 to go. Douglas out wide to the right with Rowell inside of him. Parker to the right of Beamish. And we'll see if he stays in to block here. Blitz coming. Beamish under fire immediately. Looking, throwing, caught! Cooper Hogan! What an effort there by Beamish to evade the sack. And now he's going to talk a little bit. You see him to the D lineman. Cooper Hogan, what a catch. Climbing the ladder and getting that one.
Beamish now over 200 yards passing and starting to heat up himself.
Absolutely. Hogan at 5'8" on the roster, going up and getting that. Keep the drive moving as the NATOs close in on midfield here. Condensed bunch to the left. Douglas in close to the right. Beamish hands off Parker. Parker's got a hole. He's got a first down. Into Maryville territory, Chancellor Lee Parker. And the NATOs really starting to move the ball consistently. Ryan Gibson, the safety on the tackle there. And, again, maybe some attrition setting in for this Maryville defense. Been on the field a lot, especially in this second half, as the NATOs have started to sustain drives. 1st and 10 from the Maryville 42. Reagan Ramey coming across the H-back to the right. Beamish hands it to Parker again, and Chancellor Lee Parker maybe gets a yard.
Yeah, Chancellor Lee Parker now up to 146 yards on the day with the 2 touchdowns.
And we've seen these big games from Chance before. Saw him, as a matter of fact, last year against Maryville. Last year against Maryville on the road, he had a big game.
Then the game under the lights last year, I remember from Chancellor Lee Parker. You know, you give him some real estate there. Watch out.
Absolutely. Bishop and Sellier coming across the formation to the right. Taylor now in at running back. Beamish looking, under pressure. He's going to throw it. It's going to be caught by Bishop, the big tight end. He'll get a few yards there, keep his feet in. How about the toe tap from Bishop?
First catch for Bishop, 8th different receiver on the evening for Beamish. Does bring up a critical 3rd down here, the 3rd and medium.
For Chance Lee Parker last year at Maryville, 14 carries for 141 yards and a touchdown. So you can tell that Lee Parker likes playing against the Scots.
Yeah, it's nearly 300 yards combined in the 2 games, and we still got 7 minutes to play here in the 4th.
3rd and 7. Taylor in at running back. Beamish throws it quickly, almost picked off there a little bit behind Taylor. In the coverage there was number 23, Kyle Cottingham.
So interesting decision time here for Coach Kite and company.
No man's land once again. You can't make a 55-yarder, but not quite close enough to go for it on 4th and 6. So let's send the punt unit out and trust the defense with under 7 minutes to go.
Now, Nick Akes has done a nice job of pinning some of these punts back inside the 10. We've seen some spectacular ones even inside the 5 this season.
Indeed. As the shift comes here, the shield is ready. Now the snap. Akes boots this one away, and that one's going to roll a bit too far into the end zone. Somebody took a shot on Maryville. Bailey Ramey let him know about it too. So Maryville will take back over, 6:46 to go in a tied ball game, and this is where it's time to put your big boy pads on if you're the Tornado defense. 29-29. You've already seen 2 opposing teams come into Ives Lamel Family Field and celebrate on your turf, and you got to do whatever it takes to stop Maryville from being the 3rd. You cannot fall to 0-3 at home. You do not want to fall to 0-1 in the conference, and this might be the team to beat in the USA South. You want to send that statement early on, and again, like I said, like Coach Symington has said all throughout the week, Simo has said, don't let another team celebrate on your field. Rollins looking over the middle on 1st down. He has got his big target once again. It is Corey Russell. Russell having a game.
Yeah, that's his 10th catch.
Brought down by James Woods, who's racking up the tackles today.
Fifth tackle for Woods.
James Woods been shifting around at safety and corner. Over there at corner on the left side right now. Holloway the nickel. James and Burgess the safeties with Pledger on the right at corner. And Bowman into that cap position. Rollins under pressure, throws, it's going to bounce in front of Dunson. That ball skipping. He'll set up a 2nd down with 6:10 to go here. Tristan Wright coming off the field for Maryville. 2nd down here on their own 31. After the 1st down to start the drive by Russell. Rollins, quick throw out to Dunson, knocked away! Moses Perkins had a chance to intercept it. I don't think he realized it. Now able to get away with the pass break up there, and it'll set up 3rd down, and this defense could immediately get the ball back to Beamish and company. .607 to go, 4th quarter at Ives Lamel. 29 apiece. You want big-time USA South action, we've got it. Rollins in the empty, 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Blitz coming. Rollins throws quickly, incomplete. He was looking for him again, Corey Russell. NATO's keyed in on it. James Woods right nearby. And now the Scots are going to punt again. .604 to go. A big-time stop by the Tornadoes, and in a position to where if they could get a score, a stop could win them this game. Punt coming here. They've gotten close on a few. Woods coming in. Almost blocked it. James Woods almost had the block. Now Pledger going to take off with it, but he will be wrapped up and brought down. Number 14, Devon White, getting down the field and making that tackle. And so Beamish and company with good starting field position on their own 40. 5:55 to go. And man, Woods was maybe 2 inches away from blocking that thing. Saw him get around that edge, get skinny. Shield couldn't block him, but he just misses it. Beamish hands off to Lee Parker. There's a hole. Right side, grabbing onto the jersey. Lee Parker able to hold on to the ball. He got slowed up just enough. Gets about 7 there.
In that right side of the offensive line, Todd Norman, Brody Lindsay, paving the way.
Absolutely, the Hogs up front, giving Lee Parker a lane to run there on the right side. 5:30 to go, 29 apiece. Hogan and Bolton to the left, condensed in, Douglas to the right, Reagan Ramey in at H-back with Lee Parker in the backfield. Beamish under center, hands to Lee Parker again. He'll get a yard or two. It'll set up third and short.
Jacob Bervin, we've been calling his name a bunch all night long. Great tackle there because there was another hole for Lee Parker on the left side this time.
Bervin actually was the one that returned that punt for a touchdown to get the scoring started back in the first quarter. Again, not something you hear very often, a middle linebacker with a punt return touchdown, but it happened. Less than 5 minutes to go here, 29 apiece. Big 3rd and 2 here. Heavy set up front. Beamish hands to Lee Parker. There's a flag. He's going to get the first, but this could come back. And might.
Certainly in the neighborhood of holding.
Absolutely. It's right about where that flag would get thrown in the case of a hold. And this could set the NATOs back. And I think it will be based on Lee Parker's reaction. And they're backing up already. And no, it'll be a face mask on Brody Lindsay. Grabbing the face mask. The crowd does not like that one. And I'm not going to lie, it seems like this happens to the Tornadoes a lot, be it coincidence or not. A lot of sort of weird late game penalties against the Tornadoes. And that's all I'm going to leave that at. I've seen that happen across a few sports here in my time commentating. 3rd and long, 17 to go. Douglas out wide to the left, Rowell inside of him, Hogan on the right. And we'll see the approach they go with here. Beamish will drop back to pass. He's looking to the left. He's got Hogan open. He will be tackled well short of the first down. Probably got about 6 or 7 there. And now the NATOs will punt again. What is this, 9, 10 punts for Akis today? Not often you see that in a game where you score 30 points, but...
Yeah, this will be punt number 7, actually, for Akis. So
I overcounted a little bit, okay.
It seems like 9 or 10.
To be fair, a lot of those were in the first half. I believe this is the second punt of half number 2 for the Tornadoes. On 4th and 10. Akis gets a snap, kicks this one away. He's going to come up again, and NATO's swarming him. He's going backwards, but he's going to get the edge on Ellis. Brought down, though, by Whitehead, Tanner Whitehead, the freshman, on the coverage there on the punt. And it'll set the NATOs up in a fairly good position defensively. Maryville will have to drive 70 yards for a touchdown. 3:24 to go, though. The clock definitely a factor, and you can't even risk giving up a field goal here.
Both teams do have the full set of 3 timeouts apiece.
3:24 to go, as you said. Neither team has burned a timeout yet. NATO's in man here. Rollins throwing over the middle, incomplete. Looking for Steph Carter once again. He's targeted him a lot. I'm not sure how many times Carter's come down with it.
Yeah, that's target number 5. He's got 3 catches, so he's had a couple.
Feels like every miss to him has been on a big down. 2nd and 10, Rollins, quick drop, looking, incomplete once again, looking for his favorite target, Russell. Russell with 9 catches for 137, not able to haul that one in, though, and a big 3rd down and a chance to immediately get the ball back to the Tornado offense as Toby Naylor comes off the field. Bailey Ramey in at linebacker with Bowman in that cat position, Holloway at nickel.
Maryville,
Rollins
2 of 10 today on 3rd down.
by himself, takes a snap looking, caught, and he's going to get the first down. That's Russell once again. You knew they were going to try and find him again quickly, and the chains will move here for Maryville as we get close to the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, Maryville's been struggling on 3rd down all game and able to come up with a huge one there. Catch number 10 for Russell.
3:01 to go. Now we've hit the 3-minute mark. Rollins making a check. Ball on their own 44, not too far out from field goal range. Rollins takes a snap. Looking over the middle, he's got a man who goes backwards now and is going to manage to get maybe 4. Not a smart decision there. Kentrell Bowman in, bringing down Brock Skelton. Skelton tried to make a cut and ended up doing the Tornadoes a favor there and losing some of the yards he otherwise would have had. 2nd and 6. And the Tornadoes have got to cover that middle of the field. It seems like every time Maryville's got a big completion, that's where it's come from. They want to hit the guy crossing over the middle and give him space to run. Rollins under pressure, stepping up, moving to the right, and he will be pushed out of bounds by Burgess a couple yards shy of the sticks, maybe 2 yards shy. Another big 3rd down coming up, 2:03 to go. And there is a flag, and it is in the backfield, and it is going to go as a holding call against Maryville. So another big play in favor of the Tornadoes. 2:03 to go. As good as it gets, as good of a finish as you're going to see. And we're just hoping the good guys come out on top. Homecoming here at Brevard. And a real treat that we've got to watch so far. Another man coverage situation for the Nados. Rollins stepping up. He's hit. There's a flag. It might come back again. Rollins makes a man miss and is brought down by Pleasure. But I think this one's going to get moved back even further. Tornado sideline, including Coach Kayat, seem confident in that. As Dorsey will come off for Trey Williams. Langford will get Devon Robinson. And sort of those heavy hitters, those mainstays on the D-line coming in. Toby Naylor coming in as well. And it is another hold against Maryville. 2 holds against Maryville. The first one declined. Second one accepted. And it'll be second and very long for the Scots. And all of a sudden it looks like Tornadoes might be able to get the ball last and have a chance to drive for the win if they can come up with 2 more stops. Just don't give up 26 yards. It's as simple as that. While also not being that simple.
Yeah, you wonder the play call here from Maryville's perspective. Do you run the ball and, force Brevard to maybe burn a timeout in this situation? Maybe, bust one, or do you try to get to that first down marker?
Let's see it. Rollins dropping back once again. Pressure in his face. It's Bowman. That one's going to bounce in front of his receiver, looking for Dunson, and the clock will stop, too, for the Tornadoes. So even if they try and run the ball here, Tornadoes can still have 2 timeouts remaining and get the ball with maybe 1:20 to go in pretty good field position. 3rd and 26. You got to imagine the Nados are dropping back on this one. Maybe a 3-man pressure coming. NATO sideline getting the crowd to get into it here. 1:37 to go. Rollins dropping, looking, deep shot down the right sideline. Woods. It is going to be a catch. A catch deep down the field for Maryville. What an effort. Corey Russell once again. And James Woods was right there. 3rd and 26. And NATO's trying to get off the field. Schultes and Langford trying to get off. They do. Ball on the 30, not quite field goal range. Rollins looking. He's going to be sacked! Robert Dorsey! Big play, Rob! Once again, Robert Dorsey, every time adversity hits, he finds a way to get pressure on the quarterback. What a huge play by Robert Dorsey.
They did get confirmation, Brady. It was Daigle, not Russell, on that big play down the sideline, but what an answer from Dorsey.
Dorsey definitely just took them out of field goal range. There's still 1:10 to go. You got some work to do. You don't want to let them get another long conversion, and I'm still in shock that James Woods wasn't able to come down with that football. They both looked like they had hands on the ball. Obviously, Ty goes to the receiver, but knowing James Woods and the DB he is, I'm taking him in that matchup 10 out of 10 times. Just not the way the ball rolled this time. But the Tornadoes still with a really good shot here. 2nd and 19 after the sack by Dorsey. Definitely don't want to give up the first down, but you don't want to even let them get close enough to the sticks to make it a debate on whether or not they can kick a field goal.
Yeah, you mentioned that. It was a 42-yard completion to Daigle. You thought Woods had it. There was some hesitation even from the referee on that side on what the call was going to be. You see those sorts of wrestling matches on a scrum, on a fumble or something, but to see it on such a critical play in this game,
Exactly,
wow.
both fighting for it. Moore now in at corner on that far side for Woods. Rollins dropping back, stepping up, throwing over the middle. That one is caught. Another nice catch by a Maryville receiver. That's Carter, Steph Carter, and now knocking on the door of field goal range. 55 seconds to go. Maryville still with 2 timeouts, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them call one here. 3rd and 5, biggest play of the game to this point. Rollins drops back, looking, under pressure. Grimes trying to get him. He's got him! Grimes and Dorsey, as well as Perkins in there. What a play! And a late flag. Oh. A late flag near the Tornado sideline. We got to see what this is. A huge sack, a huge play. Grimes, Dorsey, and Perkins all getting in there. Grimes was able to hold him up. Dorsey able to come bring him down. As it stands, not in range at all. You see Dorsey coming off in pain, giving it his all. And it's going to be a foul against Moses Perkins. Sideline warning. Okay, he almost made the announcer mad. It didn't happen. So we got a 4th down. And we very well could be looking at an overtime situation here. 35.8 to go. Still 3 timeouts for the NATOs. Of course, you don't ever want to coach just to not lose. But with that being said, not sure how aggressive Coach Kyatt is going to be with 35 or less seconds to go here in the 4th.
Absolute thriller here, Brady, and Grimes and Dorsey on that sack. Loss of 8 there. Huge. Couldn't ask for a bigger moment.
And again, just like in that Warner game, when it seemed like all Warner had to do was bleed the clock out and Robert Dorsey forced that fumble, it seems like Dorsey just has a knack for the big moments and getting in the backfield when Brevard absolutely needs him to. A pass rush specialist and the transfer, Robert Dorsey, really making things happen. And now they're going to go for this, sort of in that no man's land like we've talked about on the 34 of Brevard. Huge 4th down. Rollins in the empty, dropping back, looking over the middle, almost intercepted. Terrion Burgess. NATOs are going to take over. Champ James is fired up, and here comes the Tornado offense with 31 and a half to go. Don't be surprised at all to see Coach Kyatt take a shot here on this 1st or 2nd play of the drive.
Well, you really just have to get in field goal range. You have 31 seconds, all 3 timeouts.
We'll see what the personnel is when they come out. I see Douglas and Hogan as Beamish heads his way into the huddle with the play. An unbelievable matchup here between the Scots and the Tornadoes. Rowell out wide to the right. Doesn't seem like a shot play here with the personnel they have in. 31 and a half to go. Lee Parker in the backfield. Beamish dropping, pressure, rolling out to his right, looking. He is going to throw it to Hogan, who's open right behind midfield, and here comes timeout number 1, I believe. Hogan with a huge catch. He got licked. Was able to hold on, and the NATOs will be just shy of midfield with just under 24 seconds to go. 29-29. 23.8 seconds remaining. Ball on the 49-yard line of Brevard. And Taylor's got a leg. Taylor can hit from about 45 to 47.
Career long is 40, but we've seen in practice even longer
Absolutely.
than that.
Taylor, huge leg. And if it comes down to a long attempt on the final play, I don't think they're going to hesitate to go for it. Go for it in the sense of kicking the ball for any confusion that may have caused.
So still 2 timeouts, 23 seconds, and you want to say you want to get maybe to the 25-yard line, another 25 yards or so.
Yep.
To get into Taylor's range.
And you've got 2 timeouts and 24 seconds to work with here. We have not seen Orr come back into this game. Not sure if he's done for this one, but we have not seen him since that injury. And his pads are off on the sideline, being told he is done. Blitz coming. Beamish, it's picked up. Looking down the sideline for Taylor, just out of reach. DJ Taylor was coming down the right sideline, and maybe the third time today we've seen that, a game of inches where it's just out of reach of a Tornado receiver. And as good of a player as DJ Taylor is, I wish he was not 5'5" on that one. If he was 5'7", that's a catch.
Negligible time ran off the clock there, so still plenty of opportunities here in these final 19 seconds.
And to the Taylor family listening, that is not an insult in any way. DJ Taylor is a phenomenal player. Just not the tallest one out there. Beamish, dropping, pressure coming, rolling out. To his right, he'll throw it away. Avoiding the rush there by Jonathan Harris, the defensive end. And a big play coming up here. 3rd down and 10 from the 49. Man, that really looked like it could have gone away where Maryville ends up getting a field goal. And the NATO's just tough in those big plays, as they always have been in the Coach Kyatt era. Resilient, the word that comes to mind. Douglas heading back into the huddle. I don't think he's sure what he has, and now a timeout will be called by Kyatt, who is not pleased. Kyatt now saying something to Jack Spots. We'll see if we see him on this play. 14.3 to go here in this one.
Yeah, I can see why Coach wouldn't have been pleased, but you'd rather not burn a timeout there.
Absolutely.
With a dead ball situation like that. But
now if you get a completion inbounds, you're going to have to burn that last one, regardless of where it's at, if you get the first down. If you don't get the first down, you assume Maryville will use their final timeout, unless they're just content riding this thing off to overtime. (29-29) here at Ives Lamel Family Field. 14.3 to go and a big 3rd down. Hogan and Spots, the receivers to the right. A tight bunch to the left. Reggie Taylor at the back of it. Bolton heading it up. Don't see the third member of it quite yet. Looks like maybe Taylor. No, it's Rucker, actually. This is a run to the outside. Taylor, I believe he's got the first down. He does. With 9 seconds to go, the Tornadoes inside the 40. And if you can get one more good play, it could set up Hugo Taylor to walk this thing off.
Creative play call there using Reggie Taylor.
I was confused on what was happening at first. I was watching out wide to the left, sort of near Rucker's side, where I thought it was a tight end. Instead, it was Rucker. And then I peeked back over to the near side and saw Taylor running with the ball. Not even a play I've seen in practice. 1st and 10 from the 38. Probably need about 10 more for Taylor. Beamish, quick throw. Douglas has it. Douglas knocked out of bounds right around the 30. 6.5 to go. Do you take one more quick throw trying to get a couple more yards for Taylor?
It better be quick.
A hitch. Anything. And this is definitely the most complete game that we have seen the Tornadoes play. And here's Hugo Taylor. He's going to try from the 31. This will be a 48-yard attempt. Would be a career long. Would this be a program long? What was Damalos back in 2021?
We'll double check, but yeah.
You got to assume the
Career
Scots
long.
are going to try and ice him here. 6.5 to go. The snap. The kick is up, and that one is going to fall left and short. And with 1.8 seconds to go, it looks like we are bound for overtime. Taylor, not quite enough on that one. It was trailing to the left either way. I see you looking up Stamati's career long. Obviously, a moot point now that Taylor missed, but still curious as to if that would have contended. 1:8 to go. One more snap of the football, and then looking like we'll head to overtime, which should be the second overtime game we've had at Ives Lamel already this season in 3 ball games here. And that'll be it. It'll send us to overtime. 29-29. Last time the Tornadoes got the ball first in overtime against Warner. Threw a pick 6 off a deflection to lose that one. Obviously, especially with the defense you have, if you're the Tornadoes, you would like to go on defense first in overtime here.
Yeah, just a wild affair, and we saw an overtime matchup against Warner. It didn't go the Tornadoes' way. And the coin flip is really means a lot.
It's
coming
huge.
These overtimes.
I think they're going to send Beamish out for it. Again, got the ball first in that first game, which is not what they wanted. Ended up throwing a pick 6 to lose the ball game on 3rd down. And just to reiterate, you want to be on the defensive side of things first in overtime, at least in my opinion, as a defensive guy. 29 apiece. Ives Lamel Family Field homecoming weekend. And for anybody that's been watching this one from start to finish, it's been a real treat, a real barn burner of a college football game here on a Saturday evening. Starting to feel like fall and starting to feel like the NATOs are getting it together. This overtime is going to show a lot of who this Tornado team is, Phil. Make or break time, sitting at 0-3, facing a conference giant at the moment. I know everything's been out of conference, but they're 3-0. They're getting talked about like they're Mary Hardin Baylor, and the Tornadoes trying to humble them here.
Yeah, there was some publicity earlier this week on d3football.com for the Scots.
And you got to think, Maryville coming into this one, I'm not going to say they took Brevard lightly, but as Coach Kyatt told us at the walkthrough, they're thinking poor little 0-3 Brevard. Well, you can ask them how they feel about Brevard after those 4 quarters. Brevard is going to defend first, which is what you want to see in overtime.
By the way, 48 yards, the career long for Domelo, so that would have matched it.
Tied it. Not able to get the kick they wanted. And now some free football here at Ives Lamel. Bowman, Woods, Holloway, James, Pledger. The DB's in the game. Bowman at that cat linebacker position. Holloway at nickel. James and Burgess, the 2 safeties with Pledger and Woods on the outside at corner. First play coming from Maryville. It's Dunson in the backfield to start it off. 2 out wide to the right with the tight end. Rollins, sprint out to the right. That one is going to be caught. Tristan Wright on the catch there. Jock Pledger forcing him out. Gain of 5 there on the first down snap. Big time here for the Tornadoes. This really, as much as you don't want to say it's in week 4, this could decide the Tornadoes season, how these last few plays go. This one out to Dunson on the right side. He makes a move. He will be brought down by Pledger just outside the 10. First down for the Scots here on their opening overtime drive. Obviously no clock here in overtime. That's not a factor. Rollins sending a man across in motion. Takes a snap. Looking over the middle. That one is going to be caught and brought down quickly there once again. Number 5, Corey Russell, brought down by Terrion Burgess there. I believe that's the 11th catch for Russell. Grimes, Hunter Davis, and Wyatt Langford coming off the field. Toby Naylor trying to get closer to the sideline to get the call.
Actually, catch number 12 for Russell. What a day he's had, 165 yards.
Dunson out in motion wide to the right. Rollins looking over the middle all the way. It is caught. Might be enough for a first down, and it is. First and goal coming here for Maryville from the 1 yard line. That's Russell once again. Catch number 13 for Corey Russell. Rollins running to the left. Did he get in? I don't think so. He'll be short, and now here comes Trey Williams and Grequencio Koger. Robert Dorsey on the stop there, and now whistle's blowing. Somebody's down. It looks like Dorsey after he made the stop. And Nicole Harshberger walking out to check on him. And Maryville convened near their sideline, and so will the Tornado defense.
Yeah, what a day Dorsey has had. 4 tackles, 2 tackles for loss, 17 yards, tackles for lost yards. You know, he's been in on a couple of these sacks. The pass rushing specialist getting it done.
Absolutely. Like you said, pass rushing specialist. The run defense, not quite Dorsey's strong suit, got more guys on the D-line like Trey Williams that are more built for that run defense, and a reason that you're seeing Williams and Koger come in. But, man, when it comes to beating an O-lineman in a pass set, I'm not sure there's someone better on this Tornado team than Robert Dorsey.
Yeah, sophomore out of Greenville, South Carolina, J.L. Mann High School, transferred from Union.
Yes, sir. Right, way out wide to the right. Trey Williams in there now. Receiver to the left. Second and goal from the 1. Rollins sprinting in. He will get stuffed again. And they're saying the ball came out. No, it did not. Bailey Ramey at least tried to sell it. And brought down by Grequencio Koger Jr., the reigning USA South Defensive Player of the Week. And now all of a sudden, third and goal for Maryville. And if you could somehow hold them to a field goal attempt, that's huge. NATO defense has been up to the task all day long. And let's see if they've got one more in them. Maybe 2. Rollins sprinting out to the left. Stopped again! He didn't get it. Rollins, 3 tries on the run, 3 stops. Kentrell Holloway getting in there. And a big decision coming here for Maryville and head coach Ben Fox. They're going to go ahead and send in the field goal unit. You want to clear the fake. You saw them try it earlier. Not sure they're going to do the same here.
Yeah, I think you have to kick the field goal. If you get stopped on 4th down, it's virtually game over.
So a kick attempt coming here for Hampton. The main thing is don't run into the kicker getting over eager to block this one. We've seen it happen earlier in the year with the Tornadoes. Can't have that here. The snap, the hold, the kick is good. Sneaking in inside of that right upright. All right, 32-29, NATO offense. The stage is set for Ethan Beamish. And Coach Kyatt and his offense 25 yards away from a marquee win against the 3-0 Maryville Scots.
And an offense that has just come alive in this second half. Beamish now 22 of 40 for 268 yards and 2 touchdowns. And, yeah, he's used all sorts of targets. You know, we mentioned Orr, he's no longer in the game, but guys like Taylor, Douglas, Hogan, DJ Taylor, Spots with that touchdown, Sellier, Bishop, all sorts of options, not to mention Chancellor Lee Parker in the backfield.
This O-line has done a lot better job keeping him clean in the second half as well. Beamish hands off Lee Parker. Lee Parker with a hold to the right. He's at the 20. Cuts back. Inside the 15. Inside the 10. Inside the 10 to the 6-yard line. Chancellor Lee Parker. And the NATOs are right on the doorstep.
19 big ones. Wow.
And here we go. The NATOs. First and goal.
We counted 5 different tackles that Lee Parker broke on that
What a
play
run
alone.
when you've got to have it. You give it to the guys you can rely on, and you can rely on Chancellor Lee Parker. First and goal from the 6. Douglas out wide to the left. Hogan in close to the right. Now Bishop and Ramey shift over to him. First and goal. Lee Parker trying to cut over to the right. He's going to lose yardage this time. And a big play from the Maryville defense. Looks like number 14, Devon White.
Yeah, they sold out against the run that time. You know, there was a swarm of Scots all over Lee Parker.
I'm thinking this is a passing down. I'm thinking both of these next 2 downs are passing downs, as well as Lee Parker did to get you down here. Maybe not without Orr, but I see you at least got to have 1 pass in the next 2 plays, but I'm thinking on second down here you might see one. But maybe not. Under center is Beamish. Some movement, and this might back the NATOs up 5. Unless they were in the neutral zone, which I don't think they were. And it looks like it is going to be against us. False start. False start against Bishop, the tight end. Bishop, a former D lineman, transferred over here from Lenore Rhine. And now it'll be 2nd and goal from the 13. Now you've definitely got to go pass here, I think. A lot of transfers on this offense. Lee Parker himself came over from Mars Hill out of Mill Creek High School. Toss out left, Lee Parker trying to get the edge. He is going to be knocked out, but he's going to get some yardage. Inside the 5, it looked like. Kind of hard to tell on that far side. And we'll see where they spot him at. 3rd and goal. You see so many Tornadoes on a knee. Can barely stand to watch. 3rd and goal from the 4. And if you don't get this, you have to kick the field goal and go to second overtime. There's no way you can risk going for it on 4th unless,
no doubt,
unless you just got the cojones. Third and 4, Beamish under center. Handoff Lee Parker, he's wrapped up. Not a single pass attempt on the drive for Beamish. And now it'll be Hugo Taylor and the field goal team to try and extend this one. So if Taylor can make this kick, the Tornadoes would take offense first in second overtime, which does not bode well when you take into account fatigue and the fact that Maryville will be well rested on offense. But it's how the game goes. Got to knock down this kick first. 21-yard attempt for Taylor. Got to make sure the blocking holds up. They're going to sell out here, try and finish the game on this one. Slow snap. Taylor's kick is good. That snap hit the ground, and I got a little bit nervous. But we are going to second overtime. 32 apiece. And this is one of the best games that I think we've seen in the Kayat era. Obviously, you saw Nick Akis, a great job to quickly get that hold back up, and Taylor sneaking it inside the uprights. And I can't remember a more exciting game that we've had here under Coach Kayat, except maybe that Scotty Whitelaw Bowl game.
Yeah, and the way these games deliver when it's under the lights, for homecoming with this kind of crowd on hand, all sorts of alums on hand.
Even last week in a loss, Tornadoes falling at the last second, had a chance to drive down and tie it or take the lead, losing 17-14. These games always provide drama. So Brevard will take offense first. A bit disappointing they couldn't punch it in after the big run by Lee Parker to start, but Maryville selling out on the run. Brevard also selling out on the run, and Maryville got the better of them there. No pass attempts on the first overtime drive for Ethan Beamish. Surely will not be the case here this time around. You want the touchdown. Three receivers to the right. Looks like Spots, Rowell, and Hogan. Douglas by himself to the left. Beamish hands to Taylor, who will push forward and get 2 or 3.
Yeah, different look here going with DJ Taylor rather than Chancellor Lee Parker.
And Taylor also more of an asset in the passing game, but now you see Chance coming back in here after that first play for Taylor. Second and 8. And it's a shame that somebody's got to lose this game, but I hope it's the guys in white. 32-32. Second overtime here at Ives Lamel Family Field. Both teams knocking in a field goal on their first drives. Taylor in motion across. Taylor gets the jet, breaks the first tackle, and will be knocked out of bounds, losing yardage there. And not a good start to this drive for the Tornadoes. Got to pull something out of the bag here if you're Coach Kayat. You don't want to settle for the field goal, but you at least want to give it a good effort to convert this third down.
Yeah, the last 5 plays after that big Chancellor Lee Parker run, the Maryville rush defense has just been superb.
And we talked about it earlier in this game. Maryville is first in the conference in rushing yards allowed per game. Brevard's already gone way over that. Maryville only allows 31 rushing yards a game so far this year. 3rd and 13. Beamish going to drop back to pass. Pressure coming immediately. Rolls to his right. Throws to Sellier, who is not going to get the flag he wanted. Maryville's defense is going to come up with a stop, and now the pressure is going to be on the shoulders of Hugo Taylor once again. This one a more difficult one from 45.
Yeah, this would be a career long for Hugo Taylor.
Need a good snap, which you did not get on that last field goal. Tinsley the snapper, Akis the holder. From 45 yards for Hugo. The Week 1 Special Teams Player of the Week in the conference. He's ready. Snap, hold, kick. It is good! 45 yards out for Hugo Taylor. And the NATOs do come away with points. Now you got to keep Maryville out of the end zone at the very least.
Clutch by Hugo
45
Taylor.
Yards.
You know, entering this season, we knew Taylor had capable leg, had the fundamentals, that kind of thing, but he was succeeding, basically a legend here at Brevard College.
Yeah,
guy
absolutely.
Who just blew up the record books, Damati Damalos. Yep. And the question was, can Taylor kind of, rise to these big moments and so forth? And between Week 1, when he gets named USA South Conference Special Teams Player of the Week, and then what we've seen tonight, including that one, wow.
Hugo with some huge guts. 1st and 10 for Maryville. Bowman heading out with the motion man. Rollins looking right. Over the middle, he's got his man once again. Catch number 14 for Corey Russell. And a first down to start things off. And you've really got to hold it down here if you're this Tornado defense. Kentrell Holloway on the stop there. 35-32 Tornadoes. You have to keep them out of the end zone. You see Taylor on the sideline. Feeling good after making that kick. Handoff. Dunson, nothing. Looked like maybe Williams in there. Trey Williams. Looks like maybe Trey Williams and Grimes were the two there as a man down for Maryville. Looks like number 16, Jaden Jones.
Dunson was able to kind of drive that pile forward a little more after the initial stop. They ended up with 4 yards on that play, so not a bad rush at the end of the day from Dunson, despite that wall of Tornado defenders.
The ball is on the 10-yard line. 10 yards separating the outcome of this one. NATO's leading by 3, but a touchdown by Maryville would end it. And what a game. Game over 3 hours at this point as we near 8:30 here in Brevard.
In a game that was just, as you mentioned, 9-7 at the half, and we're staring at 35-32 now. Boy, did this thing come alive.
And the Tornado defense, once again, they've risen to the occasion all day long. We'll see if they can do it again here. A big-time sack would go a long way if the NATOs can get that pass rush going. Once again, I know they're tired. Big-time players make big-time plays. Rollins dropping back, looking to the left, and through the hands. It went through the hands of Woods first, and then through the hands of his receiver. That would have ended it.
Could have ended it either way. If Woods would have come up with the interception.
He was looking for Nick Daigle.
Or if Daigle would have come up with the catch.
Up until today, had been Maryville's biggest target. Now Williams and Koger both heading off the field, out of gas. Robert Dorsey is back in off that left edge.
Yeah, along with Devon Robinson.
Motion coming across. Rollins looking out to the right. It's caught and tackled. Did he get it?
No, he's going to be short.
He's going to be short. So a field goal to send us to third overtime here. That was James Woods there on the stop. And if the Tornadoes can get a block here, you will hear Ives Lamel Family Field erupt. They're really good at getting in and blocking these things. Hampton, the kicker, from 37 yards.
Check that, 26.
26, 27, correct. 26. Sorry about that. The kick is just good. He barely snuck that over the crossbar, and it looks like we're headed to third OT. Maryville wanting some sort of flag. I don't know what they want. 35 apiece. We are heading to third overtime. Phil, this is the best game I've seen at Ives Lamel Family Field. This is, you know, when you play NCAA football on the Xbox and you get the instant classic at the end of the game, this is that.
Well, Brady, it's been great to have you up here. You know, your debut calling a Brevard College Tornado football affair, and
Absolutely.
It's delivered for you. You know, we've had some thrillers over there at the Bosch. We've got Coach Donald Hudson in the house. You've got some of these women's basketball games that you've had the chance to call, and it's been great to have you on the call tonight, Brady.
Absolutely. Thank you. Like you said, we've had some playoff games of the women's basketball. This feels like a playoff game in late September.
Yeah.
And so Maryville, I believe, will go on offense. And is the rule the same in D3 where you have to start going for two after a touchdown? And yes, we are being told yes. If either of these teams scores a touchdown, they will have to go for two. Well, if you get a stop on the first drive and score, you won't have to go for two. And now it actually, instead of starting at the 25, it'll be a battle of who can get these 2-point conversions from the rest of the way out. So big play for the NATOs here, 2-point conversion for Maryville. Rollins dropping to the right, floats it up, incomplete! Russell wasn't looking for it. He went to the wrong shoulder, and the Tornadoes are 2 yards away from victory.
Wow.
He had him. He shot for the wrong shoulder and just overfired him. That was Russell. How many targets does Russell have today? We've got Chancellor Lee Parker coming in at running back for this play. And if I'm the Tornadoes, I'm sending the Hogs up front, and I'm trying to run it in with Chancellor Lee Parker. He's been the biggest part of this offense today, and he deserves the chance to finish this thing off. 35-35. If the NATOs get in the end zone here, it's over. If they don't, we continue to fourth overtime. Beamish dropping, looking, over the middle. Caught! Caught! Oh, my goodness! The Tornadoes! Adam Douglas for the win! Adam Douglas, unbelievable, incredible. The Tornadoes with a 3 overtime victory. Unbelievable. The Tornadoes with their first win of the season, first win in conference play. And Maryville is going to have a bad bus ride back to Tennessee. This is the NATO's house. Unreal. 37-35, final in 3 overtimes. They are storming the field. What an effort from the Tornadoes. Unbelievable. Unreal. 37-35. NATOs win it. And we will be back in just a moment for post-game thoughts. Unbelievable.
Big thanks to Brady Penn handling the play-by-play for this one. And it was an absolute thriller at Eyes Lamel Family Field. Your final score, Brevard 37, Maryville 35, the final in triple overtime. We got a lot to catch up on this one. Just a wild, wild affair that really just absolutely lit up come the second half. Big play after big play. And the Tornadoes come away with the 37-35 win. First win of the season for the Tornadoes, 1-3. Maryville drops to 3-1. And USA South Conference play, Tornadoes now with a 1-0 start. Some final statistics on the team side of things. Let's look at those first of all. Maryville actually had 28 first downs compared to 19 for the Tornadoes. Tornadoes outrushed the Scots 210-109. That was a big point of emphasis. Meanwhile, passing yards, Maryville 402. Just an enormous day in the air for that pass attack of the Scots. Tornadoes with 264 passing yards. This game was pretty clean in terms of the turnovers. There's just one turnover between the two teams. That was a interception that the Tornadoes gave up. There's also kind of a strange punt return touchdown for Maryville as well that started the scoring for them. Third downs, that was a story also. 4 of 16 for Maryville. They were limited at one point, just 2 of 10 from third down. Tornadoes 9 of 20. Individually, Rollins of the Scots, what a day with his arm. 32 of 53 for 402 yards. One interception, did not have a touchdown. His number one target was Russell, 14 catches for 182 yards. Skelton had 5 catches for 67. Carter, 4 for 60. Dunson, the leading rusher, 9 carries for 71 yards. The Tornadoes offensively, Ethan Beamish, Tornadoes quarterback, 23 of 42, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He was sacked 3 times, and he used a variety of receivers, namely a career day from Reggie Taylor, 4 catches for 102 yards, a touchdown, had that 75-yarder, his first career touchdown. Zachary Orr, who left in the second half due to injury, 6 catches for 47 yards. Adam Douglas, 4 for 41. Cooper Hogan, 4 for 35. DJ Taylor out of the backfield had a catch for 16 yards. Jack Spots with his first career touchdown. One of his 2 catches, a 9-yard touchdown catch. And then on the ground, what a day for Chancellor Lee Parker. He just absolutely was a workhorse come that second half. 23 carries for 179 yards and 2 touchdowns, including a long of 46. DJ Taylor also busted off a long rush of 51. Those two did a lot more work than they usually do because Devontae Murray, the third running back in the system, was out due to injury. Defensively, the Tornadoes, led by Dylan James, he had 8 tackles. Also Bowman with 8. Also James Woods with 8. Big days as well from Toby Naylor. He came up with a couple of huge plays. And meanwhile, Dorsey, we talked about him throughout the broadcast. A couple big plays for him, including a big sack when it mattered most. Obadiah Grimes came up with a couple of huge plays down the stretch as well. It just a wild ball game in terms of the twists and turns. It didn't seem like it was going to be that electric in that first half, which was a bit of a slow start. Maryville with a 6-0 lead after a touchdown that resulted in a missed extra point. And then Maryville was able to add a field goal in the second quarter. The Tornadoes with a touchdown of their own, the touchdown to Spots, and a 9-7 Maryville lead come the intermission. The third quarter, Maryville went ahead 16-7 on a Dunson rush of 23 yards that capped off a 55-yard drive. Then the Tornadoes answered with a huge drive of their own, 9 plays, 88 yards, over 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Chancellor Lee Parker with a big rush of 37 yards rumbling for the touchdown. Taylor hit the extra point, and that brought us to 16-14. Maryville then with another touchdown drive of their own, 13 plays, 75 yards, as Rollins found pay dirt from 12, and that put the Scots up 22-14. But then a big moment where the Scots were going for 2 on that last touchdown from Rollins, and Obadiah Grimes was able to stop the 2-point conversion with a huge tackle. That left the score at 22-14. The Tornadoes then came up with a electric, explosive play, a 75-yarder to Reggie Taylor, the second from Beamish. That made it 22-20. Beamish then found Adam Douglas for the 2-point conversion to tie us up at 22. But we weren't done yet. Chancellor Lee Parker then rambled for a 46-yarder to start the fourth quarter. And just like that, the Tornadoes were on top, 29-22. Maryville answers back with a drive of their own, 8 plays, 50 yards, capped by a Rollins touchdown rush. That was with 11:29 in the fourth, all tied up at 29. That sends us to overtime. So we went through the final 11 minutes, 29 seconds of the fourth quarter scoreless, as the two defenses really traded some blows. And we headed into the overtime. Hampton kicked a field goal to start the first overtime after the Tornadoes defense forced that, 32-29 Maryville, but then Hugo Taylor was able to tie it up with a 21-yarder. Tornadoes started with the ball first the second overtime period. Hugo Taylor lines up from a career distance of 45 yards, and he hits it home and puts the Tornadoes up 35-32. Another field goal for Maryville ties us at 35, and then we get to the portion where a 2-point conversion, first and goal, one play from the 3-yard line from each side, and the Tornadoes able to get the stop and then get the ball back. Beamish finds Adam Douglas. Eyes Lamel Family Field absolutely explodes in ecstasy, and the Tornadoes come away with the dramatic 37-35 win. An absolute thriller here at Eyes Lamel Family Field as part of the homecoming weekend. What a way to cap off the homecoming festivities. And it's been a lot of fun all weekend long. We had a women's soccer win this morning, 3-0. The Tornadoes defeated North Carolina Wesleyan. The Hall of Fame induction was last night. They were honored here at the football game as well. Congratulations to Scott Dvorak from cross country, Ray Gill from baseball, and also Joe Tyson Tuttle from cycling. The 1972 men's soccer team was honored as well. It was great to have them on hand, part of their 50th reunion as graduates of Brevard College. Lots of pomp and circumstance, lots of excitement, and a homecoming win for the Brevard College Tornadoes. Well, want to thank everybody who made this production a reality. First of all, Brady Penn, the play-by-play announcer, talking about bringing it. Just a wonderful job there. Hope you enjoyed his call. Make sure you continue to follow his career. He's a senior here at Brevard College and is making some moves when it comes to the play-by-play world of broadcasting. And I think you'll see plenty of Brady to come. So big thanks to Brady Penn. Great work there. Also a big thank you to our public address announcer, Tim Lally. You may know Tim from the Asheville Tourist, and we were able to invite Tim to fill in for the Hall of Famer, Ray Gill, who's usually in that spot, and was able to enjoy the weekend with all his old buddies from the baseball team. So big thanks to Tim. Joseph Marvin, our sports information director. The men's lacrosse team, the work they do behind the scenes to help us with the statistics and push all the buttons and to play the music here at these games. The women's lacrosse team does a lot of the operations on the field itself as well as the concession stand. We have representation from women's basketball. Coach Hudson helps us out. You name it, it's a cast of thousands here at Brevard College to make these productions possible. And want to thank all those folks who put in all this hard work during this homecoming weekend. And want to thank you, the NATO Nation, for continuing to follow the Tornadoes. If you haven't done so already, you're watching this on this YouTube channel. Subscribe to this channel. Hit that little bell so you receive all the notifications when the Tornadoes go live. So that'll just about do it for us at Eyes-Lamel Family Field. Next up for the Tornadoes, a trip to Greensboro next weekend, 2 p.m. versus Greensboro College. And then the next home game for the Tornadoes, it's Youth Day. It's also a whiteout here at Brevard College at Eyes-Lamel Family Field. That's a 1 o'clock kickoff on Saturday, October the 7th versus Southern Virginia. And feeling good here at Eyes-Lamel Family Field after the Tornadoes get their first win of the season, an absolute barn burner against Maryville, and go to 1-0 in the USA South Conference. Great start to conference play. Well, that'll do it for all of us here at Eyes-Lamel Family Field and Brevard College. On behalf of Brady Penn, I'm Phil DeMont-Mullen. Your final score for the final time: Brevard 37, Maryville 35. Go Tornadoes!